你觉得是因为拼吧，因为神族很强，还是什么原因？
We see that Rainer's playing Protoss in this season. So, but we all know that it's not his major, the strongest race. But what do you think he's playing Protoss? Is it because the Protoss is too imba, is OP, or any other reason?
I believe that is not a very popular opinion that Protoss is too imba at the moment. I think it has two reasons. One, Rainer just loves StarCraft 2, and if you love StarCraft 2, why not try a different race? And he happens to understand PvZ at a very high level. And the second reason is that ZvZ can obviously get a bit messy on some maps. Some players can make it a bit tricky. So I think it is A, because he loves it and he just enjoys it and he wants to show the world that he's not just a good Zerg player, but he can be a very strong Protoss player as well. And the second reason is that he actually believes that sometimes this can work out to his benefit because some maps are very good for Protoss. And if he feels that he has a higher chance to win with Protoss than he has with Zerg, there's always a chance he can play Protoss.
是这样的，就是首先他非常喜欢星际争霸，他也非常享受星际争霸当中的各种比赛、各种战术，他也会尝试使用这个心灵族、神族去打比赛。那么有两种原因，一方面就是他自己对于这个神族的比赛的使用神族去打比赛的热爱，另外一方面呢，他确实在打虫族内战的时候会觉得可能在特定的地图上使用神族会达到更好的效果。
非常感谢你的分享。那其实最后一个问题就是，这2天你也是一路看下来，你们对手 Liquid 的一个比赛表现，你觉得对你们会产生最大威胁的是哪个选手呢？你有什么话想要对他们说吗？放点狠话吧。
Okay, now back to the WTL. We all have witnessed your opponent's performance. That's Team Liquid. So, who do you think is the biggest threat to your team, and what do you want to say to them?
I think both teams that are left are incredibly difficult. Since we are going to play Team Liquid first, I will say Team Liquid because it would be very silly to think about the grand finals when you have to take out an amazing strong team like Team Liquid. They were very impressive. It's been an amazing run. We have nothing but love and respect to our friends over at Team Liquid, and we are looking forward to the battle. It is not going to be easy, but my final message will be some Terrans will finally go down in the WTL playoffs.
我觉得现在可能要说到最后的总决赛可能还有点早，但是我觉得说到我们眼前要面对的 Team Liquid 呢，我们对他们还是充满了爱和尊重的啊。我觉得我们的这个对战可能会比较激烈，比较艰难，但是我们现在还是先打好眼前啊，会努力去打这场比赛的。
好的，那也是祝你们在今天的比赛里面能有好的发挥，祝你们好运。那非常感谢接受到我们的采访，我们一会儿再见吧。
So good luck in your game and see you later.
Bye bye. Thank you so much.
Bye bye. Thank you. 好的，我们的大战一触即发，那接下来就要把画面交给我们风趣幽默而又专业的解说台了。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final day. It's a World Team League 2023 Winter, the playoffs, the final day here. We are here to crown, oh my god. We are here to crown our new champion, our reigning WTL champion for the winter season. I'm, of course, Shares Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the lovely people in the chat, by Kura handling the production, and maybe by another caster in the near future. But potentially. As we are diving into this, not gonna lie, I just finished streaming on my own personal channel, and we just arrived here, and we have our first matchup. It's gonna be Team Liquid versus Team Basilisk, and up first we have Rainer versus a Laser in a ZVZ. Oh boy, and this is gonna be a spicy one again. Team Liquid, they've been on a tear. They've been taking down team after team, players after player. Cure and Clem have been looking dominant here over the weekend. The power of Terran as a Laser, as Mana put it. But here we go. We're diving into a ZVZ instead.
Basilisk versus Team Liquid. Game 1. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game. Let's go. And here we go. In the top right hand corner of Rad's Station, we have the blue Zerg player representing Team Basilisk from the land of Italy. It is Rainer. Oh my god. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing Team Liquid from the land of Bologna, from Poland. Ooh, it is a Laser. Here we go. For the timing, we're loading into Raz Station again, our first best of two of the night between our two lovely teams, and a big shout out to the sponsors. So WTL, big shout out to Doyu, Honkai Star, Taido, and as well as Autofor. And I think that's a new sponsor. That's a new sponsor there. Something Chronicles? Question mark. Oh look, they're putting it out. I don't know what it is, but there's something there. There is a new sponsor here for the final day of WTL. You do love to see it. Thank you. Big shout out to the sponsors, of course. Without them, this event could not happen. Would not be here. No, vámonos. Rainer is blonde. Rainer is white. He completely bleached his hair, and you know, it's one of those things where Rainer, he's not young anymore. You know, with stress, with competing, you know, he has lost all the color in his hair. Smooch. Old man Rainer. Ay. But again, you know, he's going to be coming in here as a favorite player, but it's a ZVZ, and we have seen players like Lambo, players like a Laser actually take down some of these top tier Europeans. In the past. Ooh, so yeah, we'll see if they can do it again. We'll see if they can cause that upset. This map is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a bit of a different one here in this ZVZ, as we are going to be setting up for a bit of a more economic opener. Now, Jack Frost. That makes sense. Rainer is Jack Frost. Ay. Not like this. Like this, as yeah, from here we are going to be getting into our third hatchery. So talking about Raz Station a little bit, sorry, I'm a little bit frazzled just from dumping into this, but yeah, going into a fast third base. Raz Station, a very greedy map, the most greediest map in the map pool. It is so defendable, it is quite large, very long rushes by ground, very long indeed. So with that, you can just cut as many corners as you can. You can cut as many corners as you wish here from both players, so we should be even opening up gasless. That's exactly what's been happening. A Laser has 0 gas, by the way. Just a straight up gasless opener out of a Laser, going for a third base, just being as greedy as possible. Likewise, Rainer did open up a little bit more standard. He went hatch gas pool instead. So a Laser is beating Rainer when it comes to cutting corners and being greedy, and I don't think Rainer is going to be able to punish a Laser for it. So far, a bit of a better start for a Laser. Now he's taking double gas. This should be leading into roach play, or it could even lead into mutas. We have a couple of different options here, whether we want to go into mutas, roaches, into hive tech. We can opt to go for that instead, depending on how greedy we want to be. Speaking of, we have a Roach Warren on the way for Raynor. Meanwhile, Alazer is taking his 3rd and 4th gas already here without throwing down any kind of tech. So Giga Greed out of Alazer. He is kind of known for this sort of style, even outside of ZVZs, even outside of Radisson Station. So I do think this kind of does favor Alazer quite well. Does favor him overall. There we go. Finally, he's taking his Roach Warren. Again, you could argue, oh, isn't Alazer's Roach Warren late? I mean, it kind of is, but the reality is that, I mean, even with an earlier Roach Warren, you're not doing anything with it. You know, you shouldn't really be going for any kind of big push or anything like that. So Alazer, he's kind of running away with things so far, taking another gas already. Again, Alazer ahead in drones, ahead in economy. You can see there the resources deep in the red as he is beating Raynor at the game of greed. And we should soon be working towards army production, towards roaches. Oh my god, this queen is so adventurous. Okay, calm down, queen, calm down. We are going to be pulling back. We'll be pulling back, and here we go. Roach production now going to be commencing. Something that I did notice, I believe Alazer hasn't started any Evo chambers, which is also very Alazer. For whatever reason, he is not the most adamant about getting upgrades early on. He's of the mantra of a larger army is better than a higher quality army. We'll see if that works specifically in ZVZ. We see if it doesn't work out for him. As there we go, we have a Nidus on the way. Okay, I love this. So Alazer, he was as greedy as possible. He was able to drone up to 54 before Raynor could even think about that. And now from here, we're going into an all-in. We're going for a big Roach all-in. We saw the Nidus. Big scout. Raynor restarts the Spinecrawler. Big scout there. Raynor. Spinecrawlers are on the way. Roaches are amassing. Alazer, he has lost the surprise factor. No longer has that in his favor. He's now waddling across the map. We have a second Spinecrawler on the way. Again, Raynor, he is preparing for this back at home. Overlord is coming in, and we are covering every inch of our main base. Raynor sees all, he knows all, and now would be a good time for Raynor sees all, knows all. Now would be a good time for Alazer to drone and to take another base. That's exactly what is happening. What he's doing, he's taking a 4th, is droning up. He's just setting up here on 3 bases, and he's going to be containing Raynor. I don't think we should try to force our way in. As we're going to try to fight at least with these roaches. Spinecrawler is repositioning. Ravagers are getting in position as well. And yeah, Alazer, he's just droning behind this. So he's just trying to catch up in the economy. Again, this push, this would have been all in, didn't quite work out. And Alazer will be retreating from here. Alazer is just going to be droning on up. Oh, big contamination on the Evo chamber. Very nicely done. Evo chamber is contaminated. Infestation bit is on the way. Station bit is going to be on the way. And with that, Alazer is going to be looking to get into Hive Tech, into, I imagine, Hydrolurker Viper. We'll see if we do race in that direction, or if we settle on Roach Ravager for the time being. Again, ZVZ can be really risky, can be a really dynamic kind of matchup where if you drone too much, you can die. You can and another contamination on the Eve. Oh my god, the upgrades are going to be so far behind here for Alazer. The second contamination. Now, Raynor's going to be hitting a very strong +2 timing. Alazer is trying to rush into those lurkers. We saw the fast infestation bit, into the fast hive, into the hydrogen. That's great and all, but can Alazer live long enough? Can he survive long enough to actually make use of that tech? Aye, that is the real question here. So do you see Raynor pushing out? Going to be shutting down some of that creep, forcing his way in between the bases. So far, good concave out of Alazer. Raynor, though, he still has the higher number of army here. He has a larger army. Soon to be the better upgrades. Now, again, we are on Radisson Station, so it's very difficult to push into any of these bases. Very difficult to push through these choke points. Difficult, but not impossible. Raynor trying to find his way through. Oh. Whilst they graze the army. Overall, Alazer is holding. Alazer is going to be holding as Raynor rotates over. Again, looking for another way in. Oh. Again, Biles not quite connecting, but he does trade well. is going to be trading well. Again, he's got a massive upgrade lead. A laser has the defender's advantage. The roaches on roaches. And it looks like a laser should be able to barely hold on. I say that, but no. He takes some vials to the face, and Raynor is breaking through. The upgrade advantage is massive. 2-1 against the 1-0. The hatchery taking a lot of hits. Again, a laser initially did a great job just cutting corners, being greedy, but he was caught out here in the follow-up. The hatchery falls. We get a surround here on the army. And with that, even though a laser is going to be able to like force this army back, he lost the base. He lost the base. He lost workers. He lost a little momentum. He needs to try to build up into Hydras. We do have another Nidus on the way. I mean, we got to do what we got to do. Nidus in production. To try to break free, to try to get across the map. And we can see Laser taking a bit of a better fight here. He does now have +1. Raynor overextending a little bit. As, yeah, he is going to be forced back. But now we have reinforcements coming in. Yeah, we have plenty here for Raynor as he cleans up the army. GG gets called, and Raynor will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a laser did end up going all in. If you remember, he cut workers at 54 drones. And he was committed with his push, but he got scattered. And as soon as he got scattered, Raynor prepared. He threw down spine crawlers. He took a defensive position. And it wasn't just that Raynor had defended against the all-in, it was also the fact that Raynor was working on upgrades. He was working on +1 carapace, +1 range, +2 range as well. He was just getting further and further ahead, and the laser had to recover after the failed all-in. He had taken a 4th base and he was droning, he was teching, but again, he was kind of caught with his pants down. There was a window of opportunity where Raynor had a massive upgrade advantage and was able to make use of it, just barely. Just barely able to break through. GG, well played. Raynor takes the first game. And now it's going to be on a laser to pick the second game here. Where do we go? Where do we take this? How does a laser want to approach this? That's kind of going to be the big question here. And we're here to find out. Game 2. Oh, going to be on Oceanborn. I was kind of expecting Equilibrium, not going to lie. But Oceanborn, a bit of a more aggressive map here from a laser. Okay. We'll see. We'll see what he has in store for us. We'll see if he can bring Raynor down. I want to believe. I want to believe we can have a back and forth, but we'll see. We shall see. Meanwhile, behind this, we do have we are just going to be getting into this big shout out. Everyone in the chat, hello, Kashim, Emperor Fubu. I see Pikachu in the chat, Soundo, Easy Phil, Frost, Terran Lord. Welcome. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Hope you're all ready for the finale, the end of WTL. And speaking of, here we go. Getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Raynor for Team Basilisk. And in the top left, we have his opponent. We have, as we both go for 15-15s, we have a laser, the Polish Zerg player for Team Liquid. Let's go. ZVZ is upon us. Going to be a 15-15 opener here from both a laser and Raynor. Great minds think alike. So this is another relatively greedy way to open. The way this works in ZVZ is that you go for a 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool. This means that your gases are late. Your gases will be delayed with this opener, but you're going to have an abundance of drones. You're going to be able to be a little bit greedier here. You're going to be safer because you get a faster queen. And from here, usually you go into roach play. Because the gases are so delayed, it's usually not worth investing into link speed. If we do, it's something to take note of. So we'll see if we invest, or we'll see if we just go into 2-base roach from here, which seems to be the case. And again, on a map like Oceanborn, I do think that 2-base roach is definitely something that's quite viable and quite powerful as well. We'll see kind of what direction our players take us in, and if we do play 2-base or if we go for a faster third. For now, gases are being taken. Again, spawning pools are about to finish up. Queen should be on the way. We should be cutting link production and just droning. I see. Lad, did you take a shower? I did take a shower. I didn't eat any food, unfortunately. I was hoping we would have a little bit more time and I could like make some noodles and make some soup. some instant noodles, but no. Unfortunately not. So I have water. I have water, and I quickly ate a Tim Tam as we were going live. So I'm powered by two Tim Tams, actually, by two Tim Tams, and by water. That's all will fuel me for today's broadcast. Let's go. That's what we're gonna have for the next 9 hours. I'm ready for it. As for now, again, we're just settling into this. As we mentioned before, because of the 15-15, no links. 0 links here from our players. We're just droning, just making queens, just droning and making more queens. Link speed is on the way here. Bear that in mind. Link speed going to be on the way for a laser. Meanwhile, Raynor is going straight for the 3rd hatchery instead. Okay, interesting deviations. The fact that a laser did prioritize getting back into his gases and getting into link speed initially. Meanwhile, a laser delayed his link speed for a faster 3rd base. So that's kind of the big deviation here. As a laser is amassing links, now we see why he did prioritize link speed. It looks like he's link flooding. He's still on 2 bases, bear that in mind. So this is designed to catch Raynor off guard. Remember what I said before? When you go for a 15-15, usually it's 2-base roach. And you can see that a laser, he's basically trying to make it look like 2-base roach. He's faking it out. There's no 3rd base. Roach warren is thrown down. And he's hoping that Raynor believes that he doesn't need link speed. And there is a chance that Raynor might cancel link speed. If that happens, mate, we can pop off. On top of that, no bailing nest, right? Raynor, he believes it's like roach versus roach, right? So we have a roach warren on the way. No bailing nest in production for Raynor. So there's potential with this link flood. And we're just waiting for link speed to kick in, and then we will pull the trigger. A laser waiting for the opportune moment. And here we go. He pulls the trigger. He's going for it. Does send everything across the map. Raynor, he sees, he knows, he pulls back. He should be able to wall off at his natural base. His 3rd, I believe, should go down. But a laser wants more than just a 3rd base. And there we go. He's going to test the waters here at the natural. Oh, the wall is looking solid. Raynor will hold, but up. To get us around. He dives into the links. And he does lure out the army. Good bait there from a laser. Cleans up some lings. Dives on top of the 3rd base as well. But we have reinforcements on the way. And with these reinforcements, Raynor will hold. Raynor, he holds onto the 3rd base. It's looking a little bit vulnerable out here. He has to be very careful, but good movement so far. Really good reaction. And with that, Raynor, again, he's going to be able to survive. And a laser is in a bit of a tough position here. Thankfully, he killed 3 workers. He killed 3 drones. With that, we have evened up the worker count. And now we're getting into the roach stage of ZVZ. 3rd base is being taken. It has been spotted by Raynor. Oh, as we do slip into the main base, actually. Drones could be going down. So far, good reaction from a laser. He does defend. And I don't know if you noticed something, but I believe a laser... Okay, we're joining. I was like, I haven't seen him make a worker in a while. He is now joining up. The game is going to be settling. Raynor does have the higher worker count because a laser invested into more lings. And there it is. Spire is on the way. Okay. So we have Spire tech here from a laser. Meanwhile, Raynor back at home has the higher worker count, has the better economy, and he's getting into roaches. Now, there's going to be a window. There's going to be a window here where Raynor could push. He could push. He could try to punish his opponent, but again, he's still in the dark as to what exactly a laser is up to. Still in the dark, as that Spire is about to be halfway done. Unscattered so far. Meanwhile, Raynor, he's just doubling down on roaches. We have roach speed on the way. Oh, he's amassing them. Raynor is cutting workers at 54. It's going to be Raynor's turn to be aggressive. He's going in for a link scout. He does see saturation at the 3rd. He slips into the main, and he sees the Spire. It's almost done, which means it's go time. It should be go time here for Raynor. We'll see. Does he push out with roach speed? Roach speed is still halfway done. Oh, it's still only halfway done, so we have to wait a little bit longer before we can pull the trigger. The question becomes, if we wait too long, do we throw down a hydrogen? Do we drone? Do we take a defensive position? Or do we just go all in? Yeah, we're sending it. Oh, the creep highway. Let's go. Who needs roach speed when you have a creep highway? As Raynor is sending everything across the map. Again, he knows he's on a timer. That's why we're pushing prematurely. We're pushing before roach speed finishes because we got to go. We got to send it back. As we are pushing towards that third base, Mutas, they have arrived, but they only just popped out. And the Roaches are going straight for the kill, straight for the natural. At the same time, a laser going for a massive link counterattack. He's pushing towards the third base. Meanwhile, the Roaches, they're being split up. They're heading towards the natural, towards the main. You can see Lings are wreaking havoc. Drones are going down at the third of Rainer. But they're also going down in every other base of a laser. We have Roaches all over the place in the main base, at the natural. Boys are being pulled. And this is becoming far too much. Behind this Rainer, he's making more queens. He's making sure he has anti-air. Making sure he's ready for whatever comes next. As these Roaches are being cleaned up. It's going to be 12 worker kills. Rainer, he has a worker lead. But we have Mutas. A laser has Mutas, and he has potential for a counterattack. It's going to be on Rainer to deflect this. He's got spore crawlers on the way. Oh, these spores are late. These spores, they are a little bit late. Will they finish up in time? Queens are amassing as we speak. Mutas maneuvering towards that natural. Lings into the third. The Roaches, they deflect the Lings. Mutas, they try to dip into the bases. We have plenty of queens. Plenty of queens in position. Laser is going to be forced back. He's going to be forced back here. His Rain is going to be just stabilizing here on 3 bases. We see a laser. Basically, the onus is on the Red Zerg player to find some economic damage. He needs to kill workers, overlords, queens, whatever he can get. While he drones back up. A laser droning up to 72. But the problem here is that, again, Rainer has the better army. The quality of the army is going to be better for Rainer. He's got Roach Hydra, soon to be into Hive Tech, into Lunkers. That could just scale so much better into a later game. Meanwhile, a laser is stuck on Roach Muta. Here we go. Oh, they don't get the Overlord. Clutch Transfuse, keeping the Overlord alive. And here we go. Rainer going for the second wave, going for a second push, this time with Hydras. He catches the Overlords, the Biles. Oof. Overlord's going to be going down. The Mutas, they cannot help here in the defense. Not with so many Hydras. And Rainer, he's on the cusp of maxing out. A laser is supply blocked. He can't spend his money. The supply block is brutal here. Overlord's going down to the Hydras. Roach Ravager pushing forward as well. Rainer hitting a strong timing here with +1. And a laser just does not have enough. Not after the failed all-in. GG gets called, and Rainer will take the 2-0. GG, well played. Rainer having a strong start here for himself for Team Basilisk. And the laser is going to be knocked out. It's going to be knocked out there. Again, a pretty dynamic ZVZ, like pretty dynamic back and forth. A laser, for the most part, was the aggressor this series, both in Game 1 and Game 2. Remember, Game 1, he went for a Nidus all-in off of a 3-base economy. And Game number 2, a laser went for a Link Flood, which didn't do enough damage. Did kind of, he went for a bit of a risk after that. After the Link Flood, like, killed 3 drones and had to back off. A laser, he rushed into the Spire, but we saw that as soon as Rainer saw the Spire, he got ready for his push. He got ready to hit as hard as he could. Rainer even pushing before Roach speed, just because he knew that if he waited any longer, he wouldn't be able to achieve as much damage. So again, Rainer was on a bit of a timer when it came to punishing Muta play, but he was able to. He was able to punish it in the end, transition nicely into Hydras, and GG. GG, well played. Rainer will take the 2-0, and now it's going to be on Team Liquid to field their next player. And I mean, I love a laser, don't get me wrong, but the reality is that this weekend it's been all about Cure and Clem. It's been all about the Terrans on Team Liquid and their terrifying performances so far. They've just gone through every other team in the playoffs, and they're looking to do it again. And that's where predictions come in. That's where, you know, can this duo Terran be stopped? Can Cure and Clem be stopped by the team of Team Basilisk? Oh boy, we're here to find out. Now, Team Liquid, they have a little bit of breathing room here. I say breathing room, but they have a choice to make. Who can bring down Rainer, Cure or Clem? more importantly, I do think that they can both do it. I do think that both Cure and Clem can take it to Raynor. But the question becomes, again, like, how do you want to approach Cyril? Like, who do you want to save for Cyril? That's what's important as well, because it's a team league format. It's all kill, which means there are other players that you have to be thinking about, other maps that you have to be thinking about. The starting maps are predetermined. That's also another big factor. You know, you have to make sure you don't get caught on a bad map against Cyril or a bad map against Raynor. So you have to think a little bit further ahead when it comes to the map order and making sure that you have the best setup and the best case scenario when approaching this. So we shall see. Just double checking. Okay, so the starting map is going to be Solaris. Solaris is going to be the starting map. And who will come out? Oh boy. Who is it going to be? Catching up. Send Clem versus Cyril and Cure versus Raider. I mean, it's all kill, so it depends on who faces off against who can surpass the other. We shall see. So again, Raynor is going to be staying on because he took down a laser. And I don't see Clem, unfortunately. It's possible that Clem may not be available at the moment. Hopefully he's awake. I know that we started a little bit earlier. We did start a little bit earlier today, and Clem is a degen. Like, he usually wakes up very late at his during his like time zone because he stays up really late. So hopefully Clem can be here for this. Hopefully he can wake up. It'll be a shame if that weren't the case. Not like this. I know that's always something that we had to do. Or something that I always had to factor in when we competed in WTL is time zones and like who would be awake at what time and who wouldn't, and giving enough time for the players to rest and wake up and stuff like that. Specifically Patty Mac, just we after a while we always fielded Patty Mac last because just to make sure he'd be awake. Este Patty Mac. So, yeah, from what we can see, we don't have eyes on Clem. So it may be Cure. Maybe Cure up next. Cure may be the player up first here for Team Liquid. Gas him with what? Spray him. Spray him. We need someone to wake Clem up. Clem stays up late partying in StarCraft. Patty Mac plays on his tablet from the club. True. Shaking my head. But yeah, from what we can see, that's going to be the next matchup. We don't have confirmation yet, but I'm assuming it is going to be both Raynor and Cure up next for a TVZ. We'll see if that's going to be the case. And if Clem is unavailable, hopefully he becomes available over the course of this series, and hopefully he's able to join everyone else. I mean, I'm sure the EU Team Liquid boys have his number. Like, I'm sure like Mana and a Laser, like they can call up Clem and you know, call up his like parents. Just make sure he's there. I'm sure. Copium. Yeah. As we are getting ready for this.
You know, we were joking, but I feel like they legit may have a phone number to his father, considering how involved he is.
100%, yeah. yeah, 100%. 100% they have his dad's number. And there it is. It is going to be Cure. Here we go. Cure versus Raynor are going to be coming up next here in this WTL format. It's going to be a best of 2. The way this format works, of course, is that if it's a 2-0 in either direction, then that player will stay on. If it's a 1-1, they will knock each other out. Ooh. Here we go. Game 1 will be on Solaris. We will be on Solaris here, and I mean, when it comes to Cure, he has been looking dominant in recent times. I will say, though, that I do believe that Cure's weakest matchup is the TVZ matchup, so we'll see if he can make up for that.
Versus Team Liquid. Game 2. Let's start again.
Let's start the game. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have the Blue Zerg player representing Team Basilisk. It is Raynor. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Catching him with the chat. Yeah, for those that are curious, Kelzer did leave Team Liquid like 6 months ago. Like it's actually been quite some time since he left Team Liquid. Unfortunately, I know that Kelzer is still looking for a team. So if you're out there, Kelzer is definitely worth picking up. He's one of the best players in the Americas. He's amazing. He's beautiful. Hopefully, you can find a team. But for now, we are going to be getting into this. As you saw, it is going to be 15-15. We saw the 15-15 earlier in the ZVZ, which is a lot more, I would say, viable, a lot more commonplace. 15-15s have been rising in popularity here in this matchup. Specifically, Raynor does it. I know Wayne does it, and Shin as well. It seems to be very stylistic. The way this works, of course, just like the previous game, we have delayed gases, which means delayed link speed, but we have faster queens. We have faster queens, and ideally we skip link production. We just drone as much as we can as well. So yeah, it is an opener that Raynor does like mixing in from time to time in this matchup. Meanwhile, again, I'm sure Cure is familiar with this opener as well, just because he plays in the same region as Shin, and Shin is very fond of this. SCV comes in, gets eyes on the hatchery timing. We'll back off from there. And we have our first Reaper moving out across the map. Here we go. Reaper is going to be moving out. It's going to be dancing with the queens and hoping to pick off a drone if possible. The queen not out yet. It's going to be on Raynor to micro against the Reaper and make sure he doesn't lose any of these drones. Oh, he wants it! Oh my god, almost does. Almost takes down the drone. A quick spore there out of Raynor. Keeps his drone alive. And we are safe. Behind this standard opener was a Rax expand into the factory here from Cure. Should be leading into a third CC before Starport, I imagine. And yep, there we go. Third CC has been thrown down. Going to be a very economic opener from our Red Terran player. Going to be very economic. We just see Cure trying to dip into the main. Again, just getting a full scout, making sure that he's aware of any additional gases, any roach warn, any fast lair. Cure just making sure that everything is as it should be. And we're just going to be settling into the mid game from here. So it is going to be 3cc into a starport. GC before starport. Ooh, meanwhile, Raynor throwing down a very early roach warren. Okay. Going to be a roach-based opener. Reaper dips in. And do we get eyes on that roach warren to take down the tumor? Very nice pickup. Oh, he wants the other, but he shouldn't get it. Oh my god. Reaper playing with fire. And checking the vision, looks like we did not scout that roach warren. Barely didn't. Again, link speed was skipped in favor of early roaches. I believe this should be a 9 roach push out of Raynor, but we'll see. Meanwhile, if it is roaches, I mean, Cure will be ready for that because he did open up with a Banshee-based opener. After that, of course, third TC is going into Cloak Banshees. The Banshees, they completely shut down roach pushes. So this is an ideal situation for Cure. Meanwhile, I assumed it would be a 9 roach push, but it's going to be a 7 roach push instead. So a little bit less committed out of Raynor. This means he can drone. And there we go. Overlord Scout comes in. He gets eyes on the tech lab, on the researching tech lab on that starport. He is aware of the Cloak Banshees. Upon scouting this, Raynor shouldn't push out. He shouldn't push with his roaches just because he'd be throwing them away at that point. Doesn't want to throw away his army. Behind this lair in production, we started up Overlord speed for a moment, but we cancelled, going into the lair instead. Cure going to be rotating around. Going to be testing the waters here. Denying these bases. Or just making sure he gets an eye on the would-be 4th. Oh. God damn it. Cure, this is something that we haven't seen from him in some time, and not the first time that he's played mech, but the first time in a while. That is 2 more factories. We are making it happen. Oh no. Cure, pa, you're supposed to be the chosen one, Papi. I mean, I think this is like Clem rubbing off on Cure. Like Clem, he's very fond of mixing in mech in TVZ, like once in a series. Like we've seen Clem whip it out quite a bit. And yeah, Kiri's embracing it a little bit as well. Let's go. Ay. As we do have a cloak Banshees. Oh, Banshees are amassing. We have Hyperflight Rotors on the way. So Cure is not stopping Banshee production. This is very TY-esque. So for those that were watching the most recent season of GSL, you would have seen TY. Oh, sorry, I think it was the last season actually of GSL, the second season of the year of 2023, where TY was playing a lot of mech. He was playing a lot of mech against Protoss, Terran, and Zerg, and this like variation of mech with Hyperflight Rotors is something that we have seen from some of the Korean Terrans, like TY, Gumiho. I think Ryung has done this as well. Yeah, I want to say Ryung has whipped this out. It's a really interesting composition. With this, he's going to have a marauding force of Banshees for map control. They can threaten mineral lines, they can threaten queens, while we amass a more traditional Terran army. As we can see, because we're investing gas into the Banshees, it's not like mass cyclone. We're not cycloning it up. That's not happening. We're making tanks. We have like a bit of a harassing force, but we're building up our tank count as best we can. Also, very fast double armory. Double armory, double upgrades on the way. 4th factory in production. We're just amassing Hellions, tanks, and Banshees. Again, I remember that TY did this against Maru in a TVT. And the problem with this, as you can imagine, is that there's no anti-air. And Maru, upon recognizing what was happening, he just went Sky Terran. He just went like Mass Viking Lib into BC and just had his way with TY. It was crazy. It was a lot of fun, though. It was a lot of fun. There's some changelings waddling on in, getting a read, getting an eye on the setup here at the 3rd. We can see that Reina for the time being is going for 1-1 upgrades. He's amassing Lingbane Roach Ravager, which is a pretty solid composition here in the mid game against mech. And he's throwing down the Spire to help deal with those Banshees. I was really curious to see if Reina was going to go for Hydras or for Mutas or Corruptors, but Spire is going to be the answer. Meanwhile, the Banshees, they find another couple of drones here. 3 workers do go down. Not too bad. Hellions going to be threatening the south, but we have plenty of lings. Oh, we do dive on top of this army. Go for the surround. Big overextension here from Cure, and Cure, he will be losing every single one of these Hellions. Ay. Big loss there for Cure. He did well with the Banshees, but not so much with those Hellions, as he's catching even more drones. 2 more workers. Oh, we're going to get a 3rd. 3rd drone does go down. We have Blue Flame on the way, still amassing tanks, still amassing Vikings now instead. The Vikings will help with the Overseers, will help with the Vipers. I'm assuming that he thinks that Vipers will be on the way. I mean, we do have the Hive. Vipers would make a lot of sense. As Rainer is still just chilling back at home, just establishing himself. He's droned up to 90. Oh my god, 98. Almost 100 drones. That's a lot of workers. That's a lot of drones. So again, Rainer just hyper-fixated on just turtling and having map control, maintaining map control, droning up heavily. There it is. 3 Vipers are on the way. Thankfully, Cure has Vikings for that to try to zone them back. Greater Spire in production from Rainer. Again, he is maxed out. Cure is still getting there. Now, again, because Rainer is maxed, now is the time to trade. Now is the time to try to push into some of these 4th bases, or the 3rd or the 4th. We do need to trade. And then we're pushing in. We have a tank line. Bailings, oh, they do pull back. Looks like we're going to be forcing a cancel on the CC. CC is canceled. Banshees, they turn back around. Again, Cure is stuck at home. Basically, Cure has to turtle, fortify himself, and max out. That's going to be the game plan here for Cure. Meanwhile, Rainer wants to trade well enough to stop Cure from ever maxing out and to stop him from ever taking a 5th base. We'll see if Rainer can pull that off. And likewise, we'll see if Cure can trade efficiently enough, can defend well enough, and max out. Banshees, they get across the map. They do come across that would be 6th base. Coming across the Queen. At the same time, Rainer is pushing on the right-hand side. Up the ramp. Does push in. Big blinding clouds here on top of the tanks. The Bailings, they crash into the Planetary. Big pick off. Planetary does fall. Cure not in position. There wasn't a sensor tower. Without a sensor tower, again, he just didn't know he had to respond. Didn't know he had to rotate. And Rainer, he does well, crippling the economy of Cure. Cure stuck with a 3-base economy here. Now again, Cure has a large army. Fun fact, he has even a stronger, scarier army than that of Rainer. But without a bank, without an economy, Cure is going to be forced all in. Like, if Rainer can just keep denying these planetaries and keep shutting down these bases, then there's no other way about it for Cure. He's going to just have to send it across the map. Speaking of the tanks are so exposed. The Lings, they do float on in. 1 tank, 2, 3, potentially 4. Oh, 3 tanks go down. A 4th tank as well. Very efficient trade, trading minerals for gas. Again, tanks on their own are so vulnerable to Ling run-bys. You do need either SimCity, like a wall in front of them, or some Hellbats to help support. You need something. Hellbats are here, but they weren't in position. The Hellbats were not where they needed to be. And that was a pretty expensive loss for Cure. And here we go. We're coming in again. This time with Vipers, and this time with Blinding Clouds. 4 tanks are covered. Bailings, they roll into the middle line. There is a planetary, but it may not be enough. The Bailings, and they get into those SCVs. 11, 16 workers go down. The entire mineral line falls to the Bailing run-bys. Now, Cure is maintaining his main army, but again, his economy is hurting so much. He's going to be harassing with his Hellions. He's staying back home with the rest of his army. Moving out with his Hellions, moving out with Ghosts. Ooh, this is really risky. Yeah, Cure has to be very careful not to be surrounded. Lings, they do come in. So far, solid hold here from Cure. Goes for a Hellion run-by. Morphs in those Hellbats. Will be dealt with by the Ravagers. Ravagers will clean up those Hellbats. Likewise, we have +2 air attack on the way. The Greater Spire is done, so a transition to Broodlords is on the table here for Rainer, if he ever needs it. Again, he's still on 98 drones. He still has an insane economy. Tanks are sieging. And this is the big moment. Cure trying to establish a 5th. If Cure can get a 5th up and running, then he can very much so have like a say in this game. Liberation zones have arrived. The tanks are sieging. Cure again, he needs to hold on to his bases, but he's being pulled apart because we're going towards the 3rd once again. The Bailings are rolling in into the mineral line, and SCVs are going to be falling. Big connections. We actually connect on the Hellbats, not on the SCVs. Big snipes. A better trade for Cure. A very nice trade here for the Terran player. He saves all of his workers. What did he lose? He lost a couple of units. He lost a planetary. There was a planetary once there. Next to the orbital. Did go down. But overall, that was a nice trade. And Cure is maxed. Cure, he has maxed out. And Cure is establishing that southern CC. But he still has to get it up and running. And basically what we're waiting for is we have a massive Hellion run by. Now drones are going down. 5, 6, we're going to find even more damage. 10 drones fall. But Rainer, he's focusing on his main push. He's pushing towards that 5th and he's looking to deny it. Big blinding cloud. The planetary will fall to those biles. Planetary is bile down. Another CC has to try to take this. Now, basically, as Broodlords are coming in, what Cure is going to be hoping for is his army is supposed to counterattack. What I mean by that is we have to absorb a big fight. We have to try to take a really good defensive fight first, and then we counterattack thereafter. Oh, the Liberator finding a lot of damage here. Getting 8 drones. Oh my god, this one lib. Again, Cure is going to be stuck at home. As I say that, the 5th base is getting up and running, and Cure, he's getting a 6th. Bottom right. Now that Cure has taken that center base, it unlocks bottom right as well. And even though Raynor has had a really good economy and a really strong presence, suddenly that presence is waning. Now, as I say that, here come the Broodlords, but we have plenty of Vikings. Vikings coming forward. Big Snipes! Oh, Snipes going to be going up here on the Broodlords. Bit of friendly fire, but oh god, that was what? 4 or 5 Broodlords going down to the Snipes. Not like this. The Vikings are going ham. Big overextension here from Raynor. Raynor losing a little bit too much. He's down to 1 Broodlord. The Snipes were insane. The ground army coming into support, but Cure, he takes an insane fight. Cleans up all the Broodlords. Cure, he barely falls at all in supply. And now we can count. This is the moment. This is the fight that Cure was waiting for. Now is the time to counterattack. See the Roaches and Ravagers trying to catch some of these tanks. Oh, the Biles. Cure. A little bit of sleep at the wheel. 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks going down. Big pickoffs. Big pickoffs there by Raynor. Ling's coming in for a bit of a surround. Where are the Hellbats, by the way? They're not here. Cure trying to kite back. More tanks going down. And very expensive losses here for Cure. Trading tanks for Lings. And just like that, Cure has to stay at home. Cure was maxed and he drops 40 supply in the blink of an eye. He had a moment to counterattack, but these Lings are wreaking havoc. Who needs Broodlords when you have Lings? That's the real question. But again, just Cure didn't have any Hellions. That's the problem. He didn't have anything to support those tanks. Needed some Hellions, needed some Hellbats. And that does buy Raynor enough time to remax. He's remaxing. Oh, Cure, he's burned through his bank. That's going to be 18 dead SCVs to that Ling run by. Cure, he's hurting. And very quickly, things are snowballing out of control in favor of Raynor. Here come the Broodlords. Cure had an amazing fight earlier, but now he's out of position. Tanks are going to be going down. Again, expensive losses that Cure cannot afford. You see Raynor rotating towards the north with his Massling Bane. Taking some big tank shots. But the Broodlord count has been rebuilt. Yeah, we deny any kind of mining here. Again, Cure, he needs this base up and running. Desperately. Vikings are moving forward. Thors as well. Remember earlier we had like 8 Vikings, now we have 2. Like we barely have any Vikings with the army. We have a couple of ghosts. Base going to be denied again. At the same time, Raynor pushing towards the left-hand side. Once again, the tanks are exposed. 1, 2, 3 tanks go down. Can we get a 4th? Ah, we can get everything, actually. Oh. 5th tank falls. 8 SCVs as well. Cure being pulled apart. Just focusing on the main push. Trying to target fire those Broodlords. Yeah, he has to retreat, losing control of 2 bases at the same time. Now, there is still a world where we can take a good fight. With all these ghosts, like, there's so much snipe potential. Like, a couple of good snipes, and we can swing a fight in our favor, but Raynor's not going to give him that opportunity. Raynor has a massive bank, so even if he takes a bad fight, he can rebuild, he can remax. Raynor can keep going. And Cure cannot, as we're forcing a way up the ramp as well into Liberator range. Big Bailey connections here. We get on top of the Thors as well. But we do overextend. Oh my god, every single Broodlord goes down. Raynor a little bit overeager there. A little bit adventurous. Does try to push in, is punished for it as the Ghosts, they go ham. And once again, Cure, he finds a good fight. This is what he needed. He needed Raynor to overextend. But unlike last time, Cure doesn't have enough to keep pushing. Last time, Cure had potential for a counterattack. This time, he's still stuck at home. Again, he needs this space, and there we go. We do main out our SCVs over. We need sensor tower, missile turrets, planetaries. We need to fortify this position as best we can. Otherwise, Raynor's going to run away with this. Speaking of, yeah. This position was broken earlier. There's no mining whatsoever from this command center. Cure finally pushing out towards the south. Ooh, onto creep though. Cure has to be very careful here. Big tank volley's going to be going off. Raynor still just trying to pull him apart, poking, prodding towards the north and south, going for a ghost counterattack. A ghost run by, okay. We snipe a queen and we get the hell out of there. This means the ghosts are out of position, by the way. I think Raynor knows that. Does know the ghosts are out in the middle of nowhere. How that's going to be going down. We do deny some mining time. Raynor, where do we go from here? Now, after Raynor lost all those Broodlords, I believe Raynor is back on Lingbane Roach Ravager. I believe he's just abandoned the idea of Broodlords. Yeah, 0 Broodlords at the moment. Going for a more mobile army. He does catch the tanks once again. This position has been brutal. Time and time again, Raynor pushes in, gets 3-4 tanks for free. Over and over again. Speaking of tanks, they do walk in. Oh, nice snipe shot on the Vipers. 3-4 Vipers go down. Very nice pickoffs. Tanks are in position. They do siege. Hellions do come in as well. They roast up the mineral line. Raynor, he's losing a little bit too much too quickly. He lost 2 mineral lines. 27 drones going down as the drones they line up. Another hatchery is going to be falling. Cure, he's gaining a little momentum here. Raynor just stuck in the middle of the map. He was just caught out. Wasn't where he needs to be whatsoever. Queen going to be falling. A hatchery as well. 34 drones. Cure making some magic happen. Again, both armies are maxed. Both players are maxed. But Cure is up in workers. Not up in mining. The important thing is that Raynor, he has more mining bases. But Cure, he is taking one of Raynor's bases towards the south. Uh-oh. He's taking his base. Raynor stuck on Lingbane Roach Ravager. We mentioned before that after the death of all those Corruptors and all those Broodlords, we've been focusing on Lingbane Roach Ravager instead. Here we go. Nice blinding clouds. 2 tanks do get caught. Lingbane rolling in, and do we have enough to support the tanks? The ghosts! The Banelings, they want the ghosts, and they do go for it. They do roll on forward. Yeah, big connections. We break through the tank line. The Hellbats were too far behind. They were not where they needed to be. The Hellbats, they waddle in after all the tanks died. Raynor taking a massive fight. Again, Cure just out of position with his army. Now, Raynor is burning through his bank. Remember, he just lost a base. He just lost 30 plus drones. So Raynor can remax one more time, but from here he has to be very careful as he catches reinforcements. The tanks. So many tanks here going down almost for free. Big catch here from Raynor. Was that another 4 or 5 tanks falling? Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Raynor just making full use of how mobile his army is. We can see Raynor even expanding underneath the CC of Cure. And here we go. Now we're going back into Broodlords. Where are the Vikings? Where are the Ghosts? Without them, these Broodlords, they can break in. Same time, Raynor trying to push towards the main. Yeah, a couple of Ghosts did fall. Sorry, a couple of tanks did fall. Yeah, big power bombs here on these Liberators. Broodlords catching some more units here. The Ghosts now coming in, but by the time they arrive, again, the tanks did go down. Some decent snipes. Catching some queens. Oh my god. Catching every single queen. Even some Broodlords. Cure. Calm down. As Raynor working his way through the center, getting himself the planetary. Planetary does fall. Oh my god, that's a lot of Lings. Yeah, these Lings are looking for a dive on the tanks. This time, look at all these Hellbats. This time, we're ready for Lings. Oh, big fungal though. Ooh, forcing friendly fire. Yeah, trying to force friendly fire on these Hellbats. We're trying to break through. I love that Raynor is keeping the Lings in the back line. If these Hellbats get cleaned up, then the Lings are just going to go to town. And even without the Lings, the Broodlords are breaking through. Not enough Ghosts. There's what, 4 Ghosts with the army? And Raynor, he's done it. Raynor, he has finally done it. He has broken the main army of Cure, broken the economy, gotten on top of the base. And Cure just cannot contest against this. Yeah, the Broodlord's just bullying Cure back. And just trading too poorly over the past, what, 10, 15 minutes? Sure, Raynor had moments where he overextended. That is true. That is true. But overall, he caused so many tanks, so many ghosts, so many bases. Another 18 SCVs go down. And Raynor, he is securing himself at this point. Now, Cure, he's building up an army. A big Hellion run by. Oh my god, 18 drones go down. We're roasting up the workers here of Raynor. Can we get a kill on the planetary? Oh. So we're gonna have to respect those ghosts. And planetary does go down. And Cure just running out of money, running out of minerals. These Broodlords, they're not done. They catch another tank. And with that, Raynor, he's going for the kill. We've seen him overextend in this position before, but at this point, he should be far enough ahead. He should be able to break through. Oh, as I say that, here comes some snipes. Snipes, they do go off here on the Broodlords. 4, 3, 2 Broodlords are left. But the Lings, they do push in. God, this tank positioning is so damn good. It's so hard to break. And Raynor, he just trades with the army, trades well enough, takes down the final tank. No more tanks here on the high ground. And Cure, he's out of money, down to 62 supply. He's got 4 workers left, 3 workers left, and just Hellbats, a handful of ghosts. It was a valiant effort here from Cure, but it is not going to be enough. This mech style, he almost made it work. There were a couple of really good fights. I would say 2 or 3 really good fights for Cure, but a good fight is not enough. As over the course of this game, Raynor was just able to pull him apart, able to just pick apart and pick away at the army, at the edges of Cure's bases. Biles are going to be connecting. The Hellbats, they're falling one after the other. No more Hellbats left. We can dive on top of the ghosts. There's 3 ghosts remaining. There's 2. And GG gets called. Raynor will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Raynor will take it here in the end. And that was a bit of a roller coaster ride. Overall, Raynor had map control. He was doing a great job at just engulfing the map in creep, in bases, in drones, and denying the 4th even of his opponents. But if you remember, things started to swing in favor of Cure when he established his 5th. When he finally got his 5th base, that's when he was first able to take like some really good fights and trade very efficiently. But what I will say, I think maybe the biggest thing working against Cure there was his army composition. More often than not, there were moments where he was producing tanks and nothing but tanks, and then bam, we'd rush in with a massive Ling counterattack, and there would be no Hellbats. There'd be no Hellbats in position. There'd be no Hellbats to support, and time and time again, we saw so many tanks go down for free, and they're so expensive. They're so expensive. There's such expensive units here for the Terran army, especially when you don't have a good economy behind it, right? Like, these are just losses that Cure couldn't afford, and Raynor just found them over and over again. Again, despite that, there were some really nice fights for Cure, but they were few and far between, and again, not enough to overcome the deficit that he was in. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Going to be Cure's map of choice, going for a smaller map, going for hard lead. Interesting. Okay, hard lead is going to be coming up next. It is the shortest rush distance map in the map pool, and on a map like this, we could be seeing some more aggression. I'm feeling a 2-Rax opener, 2-Rax Reaper. Cure has been mixing in 3-Rax Reaper. That is something that we have been seeing a lot from Cure over the past 3-4 weeks. So I'm expecting Bio. I'm not expecting Mech this time from Cure, but we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. As the players are just going to be getting ready here for their next game, for their next series. Here we go. As a reminder, this is also on Cure to try to play long enough to allow Clem to wake up. And I'm sure after that long game, I'm sure he's awake. I'm hoping that's the case anyway. And here we go in the bottom right-hand corner of hard lead. We have the Italian Zerg for Team Basilisk going for a 15-15. It is Raynor. And in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. As I mentioned, Raynor is one of those Zerg players out there that has been very, very fond of 15-15s in this matchup. 15 hatchery into the 15 spawning pool, into eventually some delayed gases. Just like the previous game, Raynor should be just defending with queens and just droning up as hard as he can, skipping lings, and from here he can go into roaches. Remember, last game he did open up roach, which does lean towards this opener, and that's going to be what we're going to be looking for here in game number 2 as well. 15-15s usually lead into roach-based openers, but we'll keep an eye on Raynor. As for now, we are just going to be opening up. And Cure goes for the Rax on the high ground. So it's not going to be a 2-Rax opener at a Cure. And as a result, it's not going to be a 3-Rax opener either. Not at all. As we're pointing out that we're actually saving Larva. Okay, interesting. So usually with this kind of opener, you just drone. You drone as much as you can, but Raynor, he was holding onto his larva there, going for six lings at once. Very aggressive variation. Now, we're not ling flooding, we're not bane busting, nothing like that, but these 6 lings are designed to zoom across the map and to try to delay the CC. We'll see if we can pull it off. Lings are moving out. Likewise, the Reaper of Cure moving out across the map as well. Reaper dips in. Queen is in position because of the 15-15, which means Reaper does no damage. Lings, they move across the map, and they will delay the CC. And there is one Marine, but that is not going to be enough. There is a second Marine, but we should get a kill on that building SCV. The SCV will survive, but we do force a delay. Good control so far at a Cure. We'll lose 1 Marine, but only 1. Force to pull even more SCVs off the mineral line. Oof. And Cure won't lose any workers, but again, lost mining time and delayed command center. Damage was done. Behind this, we have a 3rd CC. 3rd CC is on the way. Starport as well. We're getting to our 1-1-1. Getting into, I imagine, a Banshee opener. I say I imagine. I don't believe there's a tech lab. Not yet. Meanwhile, we spoke about this kind of 15 hatch, 15 spawning pool opener, how it usually leads into roaches. That's going to be the case once again, as a roach warren has been thrown down. So again, Raynor has been very fond of these roach-based openers. Now, this doesn't mean that we won't see Ling Bane, just like last game. You know, Ling Bane in the mid-game, more than anything. Just roaches initially. That is going to be the build of Raynor. Meanwhile, Cure going to gain map control. The Tech Lab is finishing up, but we're going Viking first. Interesting. Viking first into, I imagine, Liberator production. Looking like Hellion Lib. Second gas is being taken. Roaches are on the way. And I believe we have not seen the Roach Warren. And if we're not going for the Tech Lab, if we don't go... Okay, there we go. Add-on swap, thankfully. So it's going to be Viking into a Banshee, into the add-on swap. And this is going to catch Raynor off guard. Raynor, he may commit with these Roaches. The last thing he's going to be expecting is a Banshee. Viking has arrived. Does reveal itself. Raynor going to be pulling back with his Roaches, thankfully. Does pull back, and he's droning. Raynor, he's droning as much as he can. He has Roaches just for safety, just for defense. And he's going to be saturating the rest of his bases. It's going to be on Cure to try to catch Raynor with his pants down. Behind this, of course, getting into our 3-1-1 setup. 3 Raxes, 1 Factory, 1 Starport. Raynor still not aware of the Banshees, but we have Spore Crawlers on the way. So we should be able to defend against them and be ready for them. Ideally in time. Here we go. Hellions going to be moving out. Going to be threatening a dive. Queens are in position. Good rotation here from Raynor. Third base is being taken. And we're just settling into this. And we are just droning. Viking getting into the main. Yo, are we going for the land? Yeah, we are. The landed Viking harassing the main. Hellions distracting the queens. And how much can we get done? Did it lift back up? I think it did. Smooch. I wanted the Viking to pop off. Yeah, the Viking does lift back up. Banshees are on the way. I'm not too sure if we invested into a second Banshee. I know we made one, but there we go. Second Banshee is out. We do catch a couple of Roaches, even a Queen. No mobile detection. Not with their main army, I should say. Meanwhile, Overseer dives in. We do get confirmation that it is going to be Bio, not Mech. Cure going to be whipping out his Bio here for the time being. Banshees, they have arrived. Going to be looking to chip away at that fourth, but there are plenty of queens in position. Oh, even getting on top of that Viking as well. And as I mentioned before, it's just a Roach opener out of Raynor. From here, we have 1-1 on the way. Baneling Nest as well. Sorry, Baneling Speed as well. We're going Ling Main Roach Ravager, just like the previous game. And Roach has become a really good supportive unit. They're going to be able to have and add Biles to your army to shut down tanks, to shut down Widow Mines. Ravagers, again, they can really round out a Ling Bane army quite nicely. Meanwhile, we do see Cure getting ready for his push. Has been relatively passive. He's been harassing with Banshees and with Hellions, but that's kind of it. Up until now. He should be pushing soon with his Medivacs. And with his additional tanks. Now we'll see if he commits to an attack or if he just goes for drop play. He has options. I'm loving the safety missile turret. So for those that are curious, this turret is designed to shut down tunneling claw roaches. In case Raynor did commit to that. Clearly, Cure, he's been playing against Dark. Yes, here we go. The jump does come in. We do focus on some of these Ravagers. Big pickoffs. Ravagers are going to be going down. Double drop into the main base. So far, really good pickoffs from Cure. I don't think he should have enough to actually get into the mineral line, though. We have plenty of Ling Bane. And Raynor will force that back. He'll force back the drop. Have Drilling Claws on the way. Cure transitioning into Widow Mines out of tanks. The Banshees! The Banshees arrived. The Spore is not done! Uh-oh. Spore is just not done. We get 4 drone kills. Force cancels. Force out extra Spores. Really nice damage here from Cure. Bearing in mind that he hasn't committed to a big fight. Not yet. He's just building up his army back at home. Only harassing, and with these harassing units, like, he's getting value. is gaining value here. So Ling Bane has arrived, forcing a pickup. Ooh, a lot of a lot of Marines go down. Not the best trade there from Cure. Not the best trades as Cure is going to be coming in from the right-hand side. Going to be forced back once again, bleeding out a lot of units. And Raynor, we can keep pushing, by the way. Okay, does pull back. Raynor does pull back. Oh, these Spore Crawlers are brutal. Drops are being denied. Raynor, he is maxed out. He's at 88 workers, maxed out on Ling Bane. Hive is done. Ultra Caverns on the way. Adrenal Glands, Vipers as well. Raynor just going pure Ling Bane, Ravager into Ultra. No Hydras, no Mutas, no Spire, no Hydroden, no Lunkers. Because of this is why like the drop play has been so successful. There's very limited anti-air. But Raynor, he's survived. He's made it this far. Oh. Hasn't made it this far, and Raynor looking to try to push in. Has recovered to be caught on siege. Oof. Ling counterattack catching reinforcements. Yeah, these Lings achieving a lot. Can we get the tank? No shot. Oh, the tank does go down. Getting really good trades here from those Lings. Meanwhile, Banelings, they are looking to crash in. Oh, the splits were a little bit late there from Cure. Banelings are going to be shut down, and Marines, they can stim on forward. Cure gaining ground. We have 10 Banelings in production. No Banelings, but there just aren't enough Marines. There's just not enough here from Cure. Mind Shot going to be going off, but no, Raynor, he breaks through. Yeah, Raynor, he's snowballing out of control. Big parasitic bombs here on these medevacs. Good splits here out of Cure. But Raynor has momentum, and behind this, Raynor can get into Ultra production. Can get there. That's Cure trying desperately here to trade, but oh, the Banelings! They do connect. Ooh, big Mind Shot on the Ling Bane, but the friendly fire and oh, the power bombs are brutal. So many medevacs go down. Who needs anti-air when you have parasitic bombs? Half the medevac count falls. Planetary does finish, but here come the Ultras. Here come the Ultralisks. 3-3 is done. Vile's going to be thrown down, connecting with the army. You have Ultra Speed on the way. We even force some friendly fire. Ay, ay, ay. Big chunk of Marines full. Another medevac as well. Another 2 medevacs. Oh my god. These Vipers doing so well here, cleaning up the drop, or dealing with any kind of drop play. Dealing with any kind of sustain that Cure would otherwise have. Very low speed, so in production, these mine shots are going to reset. Well, they do reset. Decent mine connections. There is going to be a drop across the map. Drones are going down, but Raynor, he doesn't care. Raynor, he wants to commit. He wants to push in. If Banelings, they roll into that planetary. And the planetary is going to fall. Big pickoffs. 13 SCVs as well. Where are the ghosts? The ghosts are just now coming out, just in time. We hold on against the Ultras. But again, Cure, he's down to 120 supply. He's barely holding on. We saw that he just had a couple too many rough fights out on the map, and very quickly after he lost those fights, Raynor has just been so assertive here, denying that center base, going for that Ling run by earlier. And Cure is still recovering. And Raynor shouldn't be allowing Cure to recover. Again, he's just remaxing. His Vipers are full of energy, which means we can push in again. For a second, for a third time even. Mind Shot's going to be going off, and power bombs here on the medevacs. Yeah, we've already broken this position. Big mine shots, though. As they roll in, they try to connect with those ghosts. The CC does go down once again. The second orbital as well. Cure just not allowed to expand, not allowed to take a fifth, not against Raynor. Perpetually stuck on 4 bases, and that just is not enough. You can see the economy deep in favor of Raynor, deep in the blue. And Cure, he's just been stuck at home. Like, initially, he was doing a good job harassing with the Banshees. Remember, the Banshee harass was good, the Hellions as well. But when it came to the drop play, when it came to the pushes, Raynor, he was able to shut him down at every turn. And now that Raynor is dealt with the 5th, now he wants the 3rd. we're done with the center base. And we're pushing towards these fringe bases instead. He wants another. Here, he did see the army, knows he can't quite do anything about it. Base is going to be denied. Lings, they come in from the right-hand side, getting into the mineral line. And big power bombs here on the Metamax. The Lings, they just annihilate all those SCVs. 15, 16 SCVs going to be going down. Again, Lings, they were in the 5th the entire time, and they killed every single worker. The 5th CC is up, but not quite running. So we're going to have to try to main out over, re-establish that base. Likewise, Raynor doubling down on ultras. All of his upgrades are done. 3-3, kindness plating, ultra speed. It's all completed. I believe the Vipers also survived, so we're just regathering energy for another attack. For another push. Yeah, the Lings will be rolling on in. We do have a decent ghost count, though. With the Planetary. Planetary is going to be shut down. The base, they roll on in. No major connections. Oh, they go for the workers. Oh, the SCVs. 19 SCVs go down. Initially, there were no major connections. But Cure's economy is just crippled at this point. There is no economy. For the past 5 minutes, I wouldn't say 5, maybe 6 minutes, Cure has not been able to exceed 150 supply. He's just been stuck perpetually here at around 130, 140. Really having a hard time building up an army and maxing out. Just because of these constant trades, and yeah, Raynor, he just has to keep doing this over and over again, just making sure that Cure's army is stifled. 63 Bailings on the way. That's a lot of Bailings. That is a lot of Bailings. And here we go. We're pulling the trigger. Potentially the final fight of the game. How good are the mine shots? There was a decent mine shot, but it's not going to be enough. Not enough here. As the Ultras go for the base, the Bailings, they roll towards the Marines and the Ghosts, and they will connect. Just too many Bailings. They get into another mineral line. Planetary falls. Snipe's going to be going off, but the Bailings, they do turn back around. Okay, they want the Ghosts. They want them. Up. When they will connect, GG gets called as Raynor gets out of hand, out of control. Unstoppable here. As with a double kill, he 2-0s Cure. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very dominant performance out of Raynor. Cure was able to keep up here in game 2. He was keeping up for some time, but when it came to his initial pushes with his bio army, with his Widow Mines, Raynor was able to just shut him down at every turn. There were some moments where it looked like Cure was caught off guard, like he wasn't pre-split, he wasn't ready. Cure was shut down. And he's awake! Clem has arrived. Clem is here, and he is going to be the final player that Team Liquid has left to offer. Raynor has knocked down a laser and Cure, and all of our hopes and dreams, all of Team Liquid's hopes and dreams, they rest on the shoulders of Clem, who just woke up. we got him, Papi. We got him. Clem is here. He's awake. He's awake. And he is looking to try to carry this, as unfortunately for Clem and for Team Liquid, Team Basses still have every player. They still have every single player left. They have Raynor, they have Trigger, and they have Cyril as well. So this is not going to be an easy ask for Clem. Not impossible, but not easy. The way this works is that Clem needs to win every single game moving forward. There is going to be a revive available, but we don't want to waste it too early. We don't want to waste it. Clem cannot afford to drop maps. Dropping maps would be disastrous. Here we go. So he will most likely be our next player pick. Most likely. We'll see. We'll see where we do take this. As yeah, so far Raynor gonna be popping off. Cure, I'm not too fond of his playstyle in game one. You know, Cure, he whipped out the mech, and there was potential with his mech style, but again, Cure, he's known for his bio play. He's a very fast player. He has a lot of again, like macro and micro behind him as well, where he has looked damn impressive against some of these other top tier Zerg players, but yeah, in the end, wasn't quite able to bring down Raynor. And with this, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a very short break here. When we return, we'll have our next matchup. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have returned with Chokora, our last player of Team Liquid. It is going to be Clem, of course. He is awake, he is here, he is present, and he is ready for a run of a lifetime. Here we go. As we get into our final best of 2.
League versus Team Liquid. Game 3. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game. Potential final best of 2 here as Team Liquid are up against the ropes. They cannot afford another loss. Not here, not now. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg. Representing Team Bastos, it is Raynor. And in the bottom right, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran, the reigning ESL Masters Winter Champion. Representing Team Liquid, it is Clem. Here we go. Clem, he has arrived. He is ready to go to town here, and he's got quite a journey ahead of him. The entirety of Team Basilisk are still available. We still have Raynor, we still have Cyril, we still have Trigger. Clem has to work his way through every single one of those players at least once without dropping any maps, and even then, there's a revive as well on top of that. Now, to be fair, Team Liquid, they have a revive available as well. They can revive either Clem or Cure if Clem does fall here, so they have that to fall back on, but that is their last resort. Here we go. I want an AI-generated girlfriend with the "Let's start the game" voice. That's the dream, Poppy. That's the dream. Ah, beautiful. The ideal, the ideal. And here we go. For now, it looks like we have some standard openers. We are loading into Golden Aura, of course. It is going to be a Hatch Gas pool out of Raynor. I believe this time he has opted not to go for a 15-15. And we have Clem going for a Rax Expand into, I imagine, a factory. There we go. Factory is now on the way. So standard openers from both of our players. Nothing wild, nothing crazy. As opposed to the previous games, Raynor has not felt safe enough to go for a 15-15. I mean, especially on a small map like Golden Aura, it can be risky because it is quite common on this map to go for a 2-Rax and to go for 2-Rax Reaper. And against that, you will be forced to make lings, and you don't want your gases to be delayed. Otherwise, you would be in quite a bit of trouble. Behind this, we're soon going to be getting into our add-on swap. Reaper dipping in. Going to be threatening that natural base. So we do pick off a Ling. Ling, it does go down, but overall here, Raynor should be able to maintain this position. Does zone back Clem. And Raynor's going to be able to drone. He pulls out a gas at 100. Ling speed is on the way. Hyperfixated here on the economy. And yo, this is an add-on swap, not for a Hellions. I assumed it would be a Hellion opener, but no, it's going to be Cyclones instead. Okay. So, Cure is very fond of this. Cure is very fond of these Cyclone openers where Cure, if I remember correctly, I believe Cure only makes 2. He goes 2 Cyclones into Hellions. It's just a way to gain map control, just a way to shut down Overlords to, again, deny creep and be assertive. We'll see if Clem likewise cuts at 2 or if he goes for additional Cyclones. There it is. Only 2 Cyclones. So again, this is a build that, again, Cure is very fond of. We see it week after week against players like Dark, like Solar, and Clem is going to be whipping it out as well. Now, this is just a way to gain map control, just a way to shut down Overlords. Only 2 Cyclones. Behind this, getting into Starport production, going into a Liberator. So very aggressive here at a Clem. Will shut down one of those Overlords, as well as 3 of those tumors as well. Can we pick off a Queen? The Queen's looking very vulnerable. One of them getting very low at this point. But the Cyclones will be forced back. So far, good shuffling here, but it looks like one Queen goes down. Big pickoff. Big pickoff here for a Queen to fall. Ling speed is done, but without any Lings, we can't really support this army. There we go. Ling's just now popping out. As you see, Clem rotating over towards the left-hand side, does catch another Overlord. Ooh, will barely get it as well. So far, good trades here from Clem. Gonna catch some of these Lings. Catching a Queen. Oh my god, another Queen. That's the 3rd Queen. The 3rd Queen has fallen. Can we get it? We get another. This is becoming a bit much. This is becoming far too much at this point. These Queens should not be falling, not this early. as they are so low, so bad and so bruised. Another queen falls. We finally get on top of the Cyclones. We finally get both of them. And Raynor does defend. At the same time, Liberator into the main base. Again, Clem, a little bit of miscontrol, losing those Cyclones. Did slip up. And with that, Raynor can now start to recover. Start to. That's it still. Not going to be easy. He's down to 4 queens. They waddle into the main base. As the queens are dragged out of position, the Hellions could try to go for the dive. They're going for it. They're going right for the third. Lings are not where they need to be. The queens either. We got 6 drones. Did I say 6? 9, 12 workers go down. Good target firing here out of Clem. He gets 15 drones at the third base. He's getting out of hand, out of control. Essentially, the entire mineral line has been roasted. Oh, it makes me hungry. The BBQ, Papi. Ay, ay, ay. Behind this, Clem is getting to his transition. Third CC is done. A 3-1-1 getting up and running as well. 3 Vaxes, 1 factory, 1 starport. We have our double E-base for double upgrades. Stim is done. Combat shields is on the way. Clem just working his way towards the mid-game. Not missing a beat. Now, with the death of those Hellions, these Lings can threaten the natural, but we have Marines in position, and Clem shouldn't have too much of a hard time expanding. He shouldn't have a hard time getting his third up. So there we go. He's getting in position. He is going to be getting in position here as we're going to be mulling. Transferring our workers over. Lings of Raynor coming in there. Oh, Mine Shot is going to get a bit of friendly fire. Yeah, nice pick off there from Raynor. He got the Widow Mine. Oh, we're even catching a couple of Marines. Let's catch a couple of Marines. As the Liberator is still alive from the early game. Coming back in, being an annoyance, dragging away the attention of Raynor. Marines threatening a stim here, but looks like we do have enough to force the pickup. Liberator is finally going to be going down. Oh, I spoke too soon. 1 shot from going down. As it does survive in the corner of the map. Spire is on the way. That I was not expecting. Raynor going to be going into Lingbane Muta. Meanwhile, Clem being very active on the map. Has done a great job at just, again, keeping up with Raynor. And now we have reinforcements pushing. Clem is going to be that much more committed this time. It's not harass anymore. The main army has arrived. And Raynor, no bailing speed. He does have 1-1. He will have those upgrades. Bailing's not quite ready here. We need more time. Here we go. Clem is pushing. We do bait out a stim. Clem retreats. I do think there's potential here, but Clem doesn't know when bailing speed finishes. That's the thing. He doesn't know when the upgrade will complete. He goes for a drop into the main. Goes for the scan. The Evo chambers are exposed. Could we try to focus out one of these Evo chambers? We can! We deny +2. It's going to be a kill on the Evo chamber. Not as valuable as +2 carapace. We did deny +2 armor. Sorry, +2 melee. At the same time, a double drop here towards the south. Catching some queens. Up. Widow Mine is not going to get baited. Oh my god! Massive mine shots! The mine shot on the Banelings. Juicy connection here from Clem. And he's getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. The creep is barely connecting the bases. Not really pushed out any further than that. But mutas are on the way. I don't really know if mutas are the best answer right now. Like, we already have Marines. We already have Widow Mines. We are already pushing. Raynor has to defend. Decent mine shot. Raising some of those things. Another mine shot going off, catching the queen. At the same time, Clemmy goes for the dive into the natural. Queens are falling. Good positioning here from Clem, reducing that service area. And Raynor, he's being pulled apart. Decent bathing connections. Very nice bathing connections, actually. And Clem, has he overextended? He lost one army. He almost loses another. Good mine shots. Good mine shots here, but where are the Marines? We barely have any left. And it looks like we will clean this up. Here come the mutas and the detection. Raynor, he is fighting back. He does clean up the army. Again, Clem maybe getting a little bit too overzealous. Good mine shot. Oh, good mine shot here. The other doesn't get baited. Clem still trying to force the issue. Where are the Lings? Where are the Bailings? Are they coming in? Ooh. Decent connections. We take down 2 of those Widow Mines. And more Bailings do roll in as well. Ooh, as we do connect with the mutas, but it is going to be barely enough to force back the Marines. Oh, the trap! The mine shot! Ooh, big connection. Big connection on those mutalisks. And Clem, he just does not stop. He's on the brink. He's on the cusp here of breaking Raynor. The Widow Mines are resetting. This is going to be a big moment here for Clem. The Widow Mines say, oh, force friendly fire. Not like this. Widow Mines going to be going down. Bailings, they roll on forward as well. But Raynor, he's bleeding out Lings, bleeding out Banelings. The Widow Mine count was reset. That was a lot of Widow Mines going down for Clem. And suddenly this position isn't as terrifying. Oh, but we still need Banelings. That's the thing. We still need Banelings, Poppy. So there are 8 Banelings just now finishing up. We have reinforcements. Again, the Lings, they can do nothing. They can touch nothing. Here comes the Thor. And it looks like Clem has broken this position. And with the help of the Thor, with the Widow Mines, with these reinforcements, there just isn't enough Lingbane. There just is not enough on the ground for the Zerg. Clemmy's pushing through. We have 18 Banelings in production. Can it finish? The mutas are catching reinforcements. Again, a bit of a desperation move out of Raynor. He's moving out with his mutas. He's trying to catch Marines. Doesn't find too much though. The Thor is pushing forward. The mutas trying to find a Thor. Trying to pick up whatever they can. Again, Raynor, he was able to buy some time, but yeah, the Widow Mines are burrowing. We're getting on top of the morphing in Bailings, and they're not going to finish. And without these Bailings, there is no defending against this army. Clem, he has broken through. GG gets called, and Clem will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Clem will barely break through. There was a moment where he did overextend one too many times, but he was able to recover from there. He was able to have enough momentum anyway to just keep the pressure up, keep the pressure on, especially on a map like Golden Aura. Something that I should have mentioned is that Golden Aura, very small map, very short rush distance by ground. You could see that it's like 1 or 2 screens away, where the reinforcements, they are right there at your doorstep at that forward base of Raynor. Doesn't take too long at all to rally across the map, and with that, Clem was able to just barely break through. GG, well played. The beginning of the comeback is real. The beginning of the comeback, it's here, it's upon us. Can we go all the way? As we mentioned before, Clem has a lot of players to work through. Cure has already fallen. A Laser has already fallen. Clem is the last standing player on Team Liquid. He needs to go through Raynor, Serral, and Trigger to even things up. All 3 of those players, he cannot afford to drop any maps. And we'll see if he can pull it off. This is the first step. The first of many. But hey, we're on our way. We're climbing that mountain. We're getting to the top. I want to believe. I want to believe that Clem can pull it off. Again, he has to be on his A game. He has to be at his best. Whew. Here we go. Yeah, from here, I just realized, what is that on the... Oh, it's a shark. Okay. It just, for some reason, the perspective looked really weird. I was like, what is that giant thing on the desk? It's the Doyu shark.
Shark
Doyu.
has fallen over. Ah.
Yeah, it just fell over. Help the shark, Max said. Help the shark. Shaking my head. Yeah, big shout out to the sponsors. They also have the calendar, I just realized. That calendar is out of date, by the way. Did you see? It says the 5th. It's the 7th. God damn it. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have the blue Zerg player representing Team Basilisk from the land of Italy. It is Raynor. And in the top left, we have as opponent, we have the French Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. You could hear like the production team panicking. Like they didn't have like the intro to come into the game, and we still had like the waiting elevator room music, the elevator music going on as well. It's fine. It's fine. Here we go. Game number 2. We're on Equilibrium. This makes plenty of sense. Again, this is the most picked map, I believe, when it comes to the second pick. We've seen a lot of Zerg players pick this, Terrans and Protoss all throughout the weekend. And this is, of course, the go-to for many Zerg players. With this, we're going to be getting to a Hatchcast pool. We have the gold base available as well, which Raynor could take advantage of. The gold base is definitely a big option here for Raynor. If he does take it, then it's going to be on Clem to punish it. Now, bearing in mind, this game, Raynor hasn't taken the gold as his natural. We have seen some Zerg players try to rush into the gold base as quickly as possible. Raynor is not going to be one of those players, as we're taking a more mature start here, at least initially. Games pre-recorded, confirmed, true. True, exactly. This was all recorded on the 5th. All of it. Confirmed. As the SCV has arrived, Clem, of course, looking for or trying to get a read on what is going on, making sure that everything's on the up and up. Clem going for a Rax into expand into factory. Everything looking as it should. Clem being as annoying as possible, going to be delaying the third base. Yeah, going to be patrolling with this SCV. The Reaper's on the way as well. And can we... Oh, the gas! The gas steal is going to barely finish. Quick moves out of Raynor. Does save the drone, and he will take the triangular third base instead. Still no gold. Bear that in mind. Raynor is not crazy. He's not rushing into the gold base. Not yet. He could always take it as a 4th, or even as a 5th, or just never. As we force a cancel, and once again, quick moves out of Raynor. He jukes out the SCV, morphs in another gas geyser. Ooh. As the Reaper does take a lot of hits, Clem does save it, does pull back. Again, he wants that drone. He wants it up, and he will not get it. The Reaper took too many hits, so the Queen is in position, and the drone will escape. Drone will make it out alive. Big shout out to Raynor. He cares about his boys. Cares about his workers. He won't forget about you. He'll come back. He'll leave room on the door for you. Oh, beautiful. Behind this, it is going to be a 3cc opener at a Clem. Going to be a 3rd cc before starport, so very economic from our red Terran player. We have the tech lab on the way on the ranks, and we should be leading into an add-on swap thereafter for Banshee play. Before Banshee play, as the Hellions are going to be dipping into that 3rd, getting a tumor, not much else. They do at least confirm the 3rd base location. As you mentioned, we did see an add-on swap with the Rax as well as the starport. We have the Banshee on the way, and Cloak is being produced. You have Cloak on the way. So you have Hellions on the right-hand side. Again, they're poking and prodding. Just trying to find another way in. And from here, Raynor is going to be settling into this. Again, just happily droning up, making additional queens. Basically, it's on Raynor to make sure he's able to keep up with the movement of Clem. with the Hellions and the Banshees thereafter. Now, Raynor doesn't have confirmation that it's Banshee, but it's a pretty high chance. There we go. Spore Crawlers are being produced. The Banshees are making their way towards the main. Cloak is still not done. And yeah, so far, Raynor doing a great job at just keeping up with the movement of these Hellions. Banshee dips into the main, but the Spore Crawler finishes up just in time. Is ready for said Banshees. Despite that, we're going to get a drone. A pretty good pickoff. Not too bad. Hellions threatening another dive. Behind this, we have our 5 racks set up on 3 bases. 5 racks is 1 starport, 1 factory. Now again, because of how large Alcyone is, I'm not expecting an 8 racks. I actually haven't seen an 8 racks in a while. It's been like a couple of weeks. It's been a while. So we shouldn't really be seeing that here. Ooh, as Raynor is going for mutas. Meanwhile, here we go. The Hellions are going for the dive. We want the Queens. Clutch Transfuse. Transfuse will keep the Queens alive. Good control there from Raynor. He does hold on to this position. Again, the Spires on the way so far unscattered. We saw that last game the mutas were a little bit lackluster and Raynor wasn't really able to make use of them. But a big reason for that is because of the map, is because of how aggressive and how assertive Clem was. Again, mutas are not ideal in a head-to-head fight. Defensively, they're just not, yeah, they don't really add too much value. But on a larger map, when you have map control, when you have a solid economy, when you have breathing room, when you have creep spread like what we have, then these mutas, they can wreak havoc across the map instead, harassing, getting SCVs, shutting down drop play, and picking off units. So Raynor should have a lot more freedom, and his mutas should be a lot more successful here in game number 2. That should be. The other thing, of course, that we have to bring attention to is the fact that they haven't been scouted. Clem has no idea that mutas are on the way, and as a result, there's no turrets. He has plenty of Marines, don't get me wrong, but he is tank production. No Widow Mines. I'm sure if he saw the Spire, he would be transitioning, he would be adapting to said mutas. Meanwhile, here we go, we have a drop towards the south. Lings are in position, and the drop is going to be forced to pick up. At the same time, Hellions towards the north, but we have Queens in position as well, and Raynor deflects Clem at every turn. Not allowing him in. The mutas have arrived, and the mutas will shut down those medevacs. Immediately, turrets are on the way. Drilling Claw starts up. We're getting into Widowmine production, but this is a late reaction out of Clem because it's a late scout from our Terran player. He needs some time here to actually muster up his army. The Banshees, oh, they're going to get shut down. Clem, he's pushing. He's committed. He is moving out here, clearing up as much creep as he can. And he knows that there's pressure on him to get some damage done. Behind this, Thor production is on the way. Widow Mines as well. We're catching reinforcements. Now, bearing in mind, we actually didn't double down on muta production. Like, we got a decent chunk. We got, like, what, 15 mutas? But from here, we're going into Massling Bane. Like, we're not investing into muta upgrades. Like, there's no, like, +1 air attack or +1 flyer defense or anything like that. It's just mainly Ling Bane. Mutas, they gain a bit of value here in the main base. Meanwhile, Clem is pushing. Bane's rolling in. Up! Good connections. Good initial connections here on the Marines, on the Hellbats. As Raynor is trying to catch some reinforcements as well. Fighting head-on is going to be a little bit difficult, but he does catch some of those Marines. Yeah, he catches the rally here from the production. Has to respect, though. Has to respect that force. Going to be losing some Lings. Tank is going to be going down. Hellbat as well. A good pickoff from Raynor. And Clem retreats. Clem from here, he has to retreat. He has to consolidate his army. Raynor has matched that. He catches some Marines. Big moment. Big moment from Raynor. Catches a good chunk of army. Clem messing up his movement. Thor going to be going down. Mine shots are not good enough, and Raynor, he's snowballing out of control. He's diving on top of the army. Where are the Widow Mines? There's one, there's two Widow Mines in the back line. Some okay connections, but we're getting into that mineral line here. 12 SCVs go down, 13. And we're not done. We still have these mutas. We catch a mule. Catch another worker. And again, this is exactly what Raynor was hoping for. Again, Clem, he had a really late transition into the Widow Mine production, into the Thor production. He was caught out in the map, on the map even. And now Raynor is doubling down on mass muta. Now we're working on +2 air attack. Doubling down, Bob. Clem, he's in some trouble. Now, basically, at this point, Clem may just have to turtle. He is still being active. He's trying to get another base up and running. Does catch the mutas. Big pickup. Oh my god. Oh, Raynor. As he catches the mutas for a second time. Ay. Raynor was doing amazingly, but these are some pretty big missteps here. Oh, another big Widow Mine shot goes off on the Lings. Clem, he's recovering. Look at that. That's 8 mutas, 28 Lings as well. Oh god, the Marines. Yeah, so far some really good trades here from Clem. He is fighting back. He is still in this. Fourth base is getting up and running. Raynor, he's happily mining on 84 workers. He's joining up to almost 90. But Clem, and now he has stabilized. Clem has stabilized. He's pushing. Does want to keep going. Again, the creep is still not ideal for Raynor either. Is not ideal. As Clem is going for a split push. Here we go. We've got an army towards the center. The army in the center is designed to distract Raynor. You have another force towards the south, trying to sneak out, maybe get on top of the goal base. Clem knows. He knows he has to do something about the economy here of Raynor. Okay, we have the Thor in the main, but the Thor's on its own! Good magic boxing here by Raynor. Shuts down the Thor, shuts down the missile turrets, and there are just too many mutas. Too many mutas at this point. We get out of control. The entire mineral line does go down. 11 SCVs. That's a kill, not a cancel on the CC. And we're not done. We go straight for the turrets as well. And Clem is one step behind. He's just stuck chasing this army down. We turn around. We fight the Marines. And this is giving Raynor so much time. Remember, Clem was about to push. He was about to go for a split push. And these mutas, they forced him all the way back home. At the same time, here comes the Ling Bane. Ling Bane towards the mineral lines. 28, 29, 30 SCVs going down. Big tank volleys, but at this point, we can afford to lose all these mutas. At this point, we've already done so much more. 35 SCVs. And behind this, Raynor, he's remaxing on Ling Bane. And we've got 18 more mutas on the way. I kind of would have liked us to go into Ultra from here and stop muta production, but, you know, we've got +3 air attack on the way. May as well just double down. Just mass mutas. May as well. With that, Raynor going to be rotating over towards the south. Going to take a mine. Ooh, to the face. May not matter. May not matter in the end, as the mutas, they do dive into the mineral line. The goal base is going to try to get up and running here for Clem. He's so far behind here in the economy. Mine shot going to be going off. Ling Bane almost catches the army. Oh, we're going for the gold. We're going for the goal base, but no, it's just not enough. Raynor has to pull back. Meanwhile, the mutas in the main. I'm not achieving too much. This is a much cleaner defense out of Clem. Much cleaner here. Only lost 8 workers. He shaves off some mutas. things were looking a little bit dire earlier, but Clem, he takes a good fight. He has the gold base. Clem still hasn't recovered, but he's one step closer. He is one step closer as another mineral line goes down. 7 SCVs. 7 workers. You can see that Clem is trying to split up his army, trying to defend here on the front lines at the same time. Bane going to be rolling on in. Oh, does not break through the Marauders. And that's a lot of Widow Mines in that mineral line, by the way. I think that's like 3. Clem is hoping that Raynor overextends. Speaking of, we just go toe-to-toe with the Taurus. We go for the Ghosts. We get 1, we get 2. 2 Ghosts. Nice pickoffs. Mine Shot's going to be going off. They get baited out. There is no detection. But regardless, we take down the planetary. We take down the factory. We take down the production. We do need that detection. So we pick off a couple of workers. Still amassing Ling Bane. Now again, because of the earlier good fights, Clem is maxed. Like Clem, he can still take a really good fight here. He can trade efficiently. Bailey's a roll on in. They take down the planetary and 13 SCVs. Big connections here towards the north. And Raynor instantly remaxing. And there it is, finally. The Ultras. The Ultras are arriving. The Ultras are on the way. And for quite some time now, for the past, like, I want to say almost 5 minutes, Clem has been stuck defending. He's been stuck chasing these mutas. Always one step behind here. But again, he has an impressive army. Clem, if he can somehow catch all the mutas, then we can counterattack. And I'm not too sure if there are going to be enough Ultras to defend against this, especially with Ghosts on the way, especially with all these Marauders, 3/3 Marines. Be a close one. Okay, we still have those Widow Mines. We can't push in. Yeah, Thors are in position. I'm loving the drop play here. The potential boost into the main. At the same time, oh, there is not really much here at home to defend. And Bailings, they do roll on forward. And they go straight for that planetary. They're going straight for the Marines. Oh, they focus down the planetary, but it does survive. The planetary lives. At least a little bit longer. As we take down every single worker here. 13 SVs go down. At the same time, mutas, they dive into the third base as well. They take some big Widowmine shots to the face. Raynor losing a lot of his mutas. But it may not even matter. This army heavily overstimmed. The mutas going to town here in that mineral line. GG gets called. It's gonna be too much. And Raynor will take game number 2. Will take down Clem with him. GG. GG, well played. Raynor with full control of this game once he was able to get into his mutas. Before that, things were more back and forth, but once he got into his mass muta, once Clem overextended the first time, remember when he got caught out in the center of the map, when his Marines got surrounded, when he lost so much of his army, that's the moment when Raynor doubled down on mutas, and he was just dancing in between the bases for like a solid 8 minutes. It was just non-stop harass from the mutas. They were just being reinforced over and over again, and Clem was just stuck at home chasing those mutas the entire time. Was never able to keep up, was never able to deal with it, and did fall in the end. GG, well played. With that, it is a 1-1 score, and that means that Raynor is going to get knocked out, but so is Clem. They knock each other out, and this means that Team Liquid have 1 revive. They have 1 revive available. Team Basilisk still have Trigger and Cyril. They still have 2 players. The revive, we have options for Team Liquid. We can go and revive Clem. We could revive Kior. That is also possible. But I'm feeling Clem. I'm pretty sure we're just going to revive Clem at this point. And it's going to be a Team Basilisk to snipe him. We have Trigger and Cyril ready to snipe Clem. All they need is 1 map. Because Clem is revived, he cannot drop a map. The way it works is that if he does drop a map from here on forward, that's it. It's over. Team Liquid will be eliminated, and Team Basilisk will win this. So whether it's Clem or Cure, whoever gets revived, they have one shot, one opportunity. Meanwhile, Team Basilisk, they have Serral and Trigger and a revive after that as well that they can rely on. So it's going to be an uphill battle for whoever gets revived for Team Liquid. At least Raynor got knocked out. At least Raynor has been dealt with. But again, Raynor did his job. He took down 2 players. He took down 3 players, technically. Technically, Raynor took down everyone on Team Liquid. Took down Cure, Clem, and a laser. So Raynor, he did more than enough. He kind of set up his team. He set up Basilisk to go that final yard, that final step, to go for the trophy, to go for the grand finals. Again, where Onside Gaming is waiting in those finals. Till then, though, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have our next lineup. We'll have our next players. We'll see you guys soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have our players of choice, and Clem, as we expected, has been revived by Team Liquid. He has one shot, one opportunity here to pull off the all kill. Meanwhile, Cyril has arrived. We have our player pick from Team Bastos. They still have Trigger. They still have Trigger in the back line. They can field him whenever they need him, but here we go at getting into our next best of 2.
Versus Team Liquid. Game 4. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game. As we load in, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the blue Zerg player representing Team Liquid from the land of Finland. It is Cyril. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the last hope for Team Liquid in the WTL. It is Clem. It all comes down to this. As a reminder, the way this works, Clem has been revived. He has another chance, but he has only one chance. If Cyril takes a game, that is it. The series will be over, and Clem and Team Liquid will fall. Cyril needs to win one game. Meanwhile, Clem cannot drop a single map. Clem needs to 2-0 both Cyril and Trigger and force the revive. So it's going to be a tough ask here for Clem. It is not going to be easy, but it is possible. It is definitely within the realm of possibility here for Clem to pull it off. Can he do it, though? It all comes down to our boy Clem. Can he pull off the reverse sweep? Can we force out some more games? Personally, as a caster, I'm greedy. I hope so. I want us to go to the ace match. But it's going to be on Clem. Meanwhile, a very safe opener. Very safe opener out of Cyril. It was a pool first. It was a pool hatch. Sorry, it was a pool gas opener, I believe. Pool gas hatch opener from Cyril. So with this, he gains access to faster queens and faster lings. We've seen Cyril do this before against some other players. And again, it's a very safe way to play. Basically, if Clem were to have cheesed and proxied, then Cyril will be able to shut it down ahead of time, as the hatchery is late. So this is a very safe way to open. It is not economic. It is not efficient. But so in a way, like, Cyril is putting himself behind, but you know, he's putting himself behind just to be safe, and he's willing to play from behind against a player like Clem, which is crazy, by the way. It's I was gonna say that Cyril usually does this against lesser players just because he's willing to like make up for his deficits. But to do this against Clem is bold, very bold. There we go. Third base has been taken. The SCV goes down. Good pickups here from Cyril. Both lings do fall. And Clem does go for the dive into the main base. Can he get a drone? Oh, he does. He loses one worker, but he picks up another. We trade 1-1. Behind this, Clem going for a third CC before Starport. Very economic opener out of Clem. And again, Cyril did open up inefficiently just to be safe. Just willing to put himself a little bit behind here against Clem. Here we go. Meanwhile, behind this, we have our Starport on the way from Clem as well. So it's going to be a 3CC into the eventual Starport. No 2-on-1 shenanigans or anything crazy like that. I've yet to see a tech lab. I believe there isn't one on the way yet. So it looks like we may not see a Banshee-based opener, as Hellion production has commenced. And there it is. A tech lab is now on the way. The tech lab is a little bit late, so it's not perfectly lined up with the Starport, but we should be working for an add-on swap, I imagine. As the Reaper comes in, gets another tumor. Very nicely done. Very nice pick off there by Clem. Does get the tumor. Meanwhile, the add-on swap is upon us, and I believe, yep, there we go. Banshee production has commenced there on the production tab. We'll see if we commit into Cloak as well. For now, just Banshees. Meanwhile, we do see Clem just poking and prodding, maneuvering between the bases. Queens are in position. The Hellions so far are not able to find a way in. Not yet. Meanwhile, oh, we have a Roach-based opener. Okay. Roach Warden is on the way here for Serral. So again, very safe play here. Roaches will keep you safe against any kind of early game aggression. Now, this doesn't mean that Serral has to commit to Roach Ravager. This could just be Roaches initially, then into Ling Bane in the mid game. Very similar to how Reina was playing. Behind this, we have 2 more Raxes, so it's going to be Bio, not Mech. We have plenty of Rax production underway. And Serral so far is establishing himself here on this 3-base setup. So far doing a great job at keeping up with the Hellions, but can he keep up with the Cloak Banshees? As Cloak is about to finish up. It's going to be Banshees hitting one end, Hellions in the other. No, actually we're collapsing on top of the Queens. Due for the high energy Queen, but we cannot get it. So far, good reaction out of Serral. Does pull back in time. Another clutch transfuse. It keeps all of his Queens alive. Behind this, Clem is expanding, taking his 3rd. He's taking his 3rd base. As Serral is taking his 4th. We have detection on the way as Lair is done for our Zerg player. And there's Roach speed in production. We have delayed Evo chambers from Serral. They are on the way. Hellions threatening a dive, but we have Links in position. And it looks like we will get a surround here. The Hellions, they get shut down. A big overextension from Clem. Ay. Went for the dive, but at the same time, that's a kill. Oh my god. Worth? That was a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. So on one hand, Clem lost all of his map control. He lost all of his Hellions, which means we have a big lane counterattack. But at the same time, that is 300 minerals down the drain because he killed the 4th. Now, this will be fine as long as Clem doesn't lose too much across the map. We do pick up a mule, but only a mule as there are plenty of Marines in position. So, not a bad moment here for Clem. Not amazing, but not bad. Again, even though Hellions don't scale too well into the mid-game, Hellbats have their place when it comes to supporting the main army, helping to protect the tanks as well from Link surrounds. They do have their place. But last the Hellions were cleaned up. So we have a bit of a back and forth. Meanwhile, 2nd tank is on the way, 2 more gases as well. So Clem is not going for an 8-Rax. He's not going for a 3-way all-in. He will be working towards his 4th. Big tank shot's going to be going off. We do catch an Overlord. Nice pick off there from Clem. Oh my god, catches the Lynx as well. Good trades here. Good catch from our Terran player. As he is going to be committing here. 4th CC is on the way. Meanwhile, Serral is working towards Ling Bane. I mentioned before that this Roach opener out of Serral was not meant to be committed Roach attack. It is just for safety, as Serral is now working on +1 melee and Ling Bane. And there's that bathing nest, there's bathing speed. Now, the downside here of this opener from Serral, one, it's very safe, yes, but it also means that his upgrades are delayed. His upgrades are a little bit further back there than they otherwise should be, so Clem is going to have a big upgrade advantage. He already has 1-1, and he already has 2-2 on the way. Here we go. Clem pushing right through the center. The Banshees, they're back for more. They already killed a base, and they are not satisfied. They look to deny that 5th. Marines are going to be coming in. The Queen's caught out of position. Oh, and we do get 1. So you get 1 Queen in the end. Clutch moves out of Serral, able to reinforce with the rest of his Lings. Hive is done. Vipers are on the way. The scan will reveal that. The Queens are caught off a creep. Another Queen falls. Good pickoffs here from Clem. Doesn't look like a lot, but 2 Queens here. I mean, that's so much anti-air that's now gone, and now the Banshees can wreak havoc. Meanwhile, Clem doing a great job here, just denying so much creep. Remember, 2 Queens just fell, and that we have that much less energy to spread creep here to actually have a presence on the map. As Clem is now pushing. He's up 20 army supply. We're going to get on top of this base. We're going to make sure that Serral cannot establish this hatchery. The Ling Bane rolls in. The Ling Bane does roll in, but it's not going to be good enough. 1 tank goes down, but there are too many Marines, and Clem, he will break this position. This hatchery will fall. It's going to be a cancel, not a kill. But again, Cyril is in a lot of trouble. He needed another base. He needed that 5th for the larva, the economy, the production. As a result, he is behind in the overall supplies. He's just lacking larva. He's lacking that larva. Here we go. 30 lings are in production. Here we go. We're looking to collapse on this. Here come the Vipers. Big blinding clouds. Big blinding cloud. Every single tank here on the low ground. There's one tank left on the high ground, which is just shelling away at the army. But we shut down 3 tanks. Again, a good fight for Cyril. As long as we keep the Vipers alive, we should be okay. There's still that tank on the high ground, but we do yoink. Yeah, we shut down the final tank. But Clemmy comes in to reinforce. Pushing very deep onto creep, actually. Yeah, pushing out very deep. We have a couple of Bailings, but we have too many Marines. Too many Marines here for Clem. Cyril, he needs reinforcements. Good target firing, and it looks like Clem, he can get on top of this army. 2 more Queens go down. And we can collapse on the base. Here come the Ultras, though. And a nice blinding cloud. The Vipers go down. The Ultras are ready. GG gets called as we are lacking Ultra upgrades. And Clem will break through. He will take game number 1. GG. Clem with so much momentum in that game. Again, he just never allowed Cyril to have any creep on the map, to expand, to take that 5th base freely, picking off Queens over and over again. And that all just allowed for Clem to reinforce and snowball out of control, trading so incredibly efficiently. And Cyril falling behind. Falling behind as he just could not get that 5th base up and running. Was denied at every turn. And couldn't trade well against the Bio Army. And with that, the comeback is real. Clem takes his first step, a first big step towards that reverse sweep. Takes game 1 against Cyril. But something to bear in mind. 1, Oceanborn favors aggressive styles like that. The rush distance by ground on Oceanborn is quite short. So basically on a map like this, it's the same with Golden Aura. We saw it very similarly actually on Golden Aura as well. If you gain momentum, it's hard to lose it. It's hard for the Zerg player to stop a Terran once they trade efficiently enough, once they're shutting down creep and shutting down Queens. We saw a very similar thing happen to Raynor, if you recall. But here in game number 2, it's going to be Cyril's map pick. It's going to be Cyril's map of choice, and that means we can go for something a little bit more comfortable. I'm imagining Equilibrium. Equilibrium is typically the go-to here for Zerg players. It was the go-to for Raynor. It was the go-to for Scarlet. The go-to for a laser. And we'll see if that's going to be the case here as, yep, Equilibrium is game number 2. It is kind of the Zerg map in the map pool. Very difficult to overcome. And here we go in the top right-hand corner of Equilibrium. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Team Basilisk. Looking to fight back, it is Cyril. And in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player representing Team Liquid. Winning that first game, it is Clem. The hope of Team Liquid. So chat, is this a best of 3? This is a best of 2. Best of 2. We are going for a proxy. I appreciate this. Again, we were speaking about the advantage of this map, and a mid-game, a late game on Equilibrium is not going to be easy for Clem. So instead, we're going for a proxy 2 racks. Let's go. Now, this is pretty far out of the way, actually, so I'm really curious to see how this is all going to piece together. Gases are being taken. This looks like 2 racks Reaper. We'll see if that's going to be the case. As Cyril is going hatch gas pool. Remember, last game, Cyril went for a pool first. He went for a very safe opener and put himself behind as a result, economically. Here, much more standard. Which means Clem can get away with this proxy 2 racks. And yep, Marines are amassing. This makes sense just because, again, it is a little bit further back. We're just going to be amassing those Marines. Gas now on the way to eventually transition out of this for Clem. The way this works, it's only 2 raxes, so this is not committed. We will be looking to get damage, that is true, but we can get into a factory behind this without too much issue. Into a factory, into a CC, into a mid game. This is not all in. That's maybe a better way of putting it. Yo, we're trying to force an overreaction. Third SCV has arrived. Boys are being pulled, by the way. Yeah, so many workers here towards the low ground. Spine Crawler is on the way. Really nice Sim City here. With that, the Marines are on the other side of the wall. This first SCV is going to be going down, but the other two will not. And that means that these bunkers are finishing. And back at home, factory is on the way. I'm loving the execution here from Clem. And yeah, we can just hop on over to the other side of the wall. Now we have Spine Crawlers, so I don't believe that Clem can actually break this position. I don't believe he can actually break the natural itself, but he is forcing a big reaction. He forces out 1 Spine Crawler, 2 Spine Crawlers, 3 drone kills. And you can see Clem getting further and further ahead in the economy. And Clem should be expanding behind this. We'll see if he expands or if he does double down. Spine Crawler is going to be going off. We have big repairs here on the bunkers, keeping the bunkers alive. Getting even more damage done. Ooh, this is going to be a second gas geyser. A delayed expansion. We're going for a starport. This could be Banshees. We have options. This could be Banshees. Good juggling here from Clem. Dipping in and out, making sure he avoids those spine hits on those Marines. The Lings, they try to collapse in this position, and we will break out. Yes, Sterile, he will break out of this. Break through the bunkers. No salvage. We get a full surround and every single Marine will fall. Clutch transfuse. Keeping the Lings alive. And back at home. Again, I assumed that Clem would be expanding after the factory, but no, he's still on 1 base. Clem is still only on 1 base. But there we go. Cyclones are on the way, and now we expand, right? It's going to be crazy if he throws down like a second factory. We shall see. No, the Lings get in! The Lings, they do get into the main base. SCV is going to be going down. Oh my god, we cannot afford to lose any of this economy. Again, Clem is only on 1 base. Does lose 1 worker. Ooh, 2 SCVs go down. Cyclones are amassing. Medevac is on the way. Clem is committed. He is committed. He's going to be reinforcing these Marines. As Clem is going to be dropping across the map. Does have to be careful with his movement. Doesn't want to get surrounded. There it is. There's the command center. Now, this is a very late expansion from Clem. But he will cancel the 3rd. Nice pick up here from Clem. It will make his late expansion a little bit more worth it. Good stutter stepping as well. Shutting down those Lings. Cyclones, they have arrived. Ooh, and Clem, he wants the Queens! He gets 1! He gets 1 Queen. Spine Crawlers are in position. Can he get the other? He barely does not. But the Spine Crawler is going to be going down. And so will the other. Again, massive pickoffs here. Massive connection as the Spine Crawler try to escape. A couple more volleys and it goes down as well. These Cyclones, mate, we're popping up. Lings, they come in for a surround. Another Cyclone has arrived, but there are just too many Lings. It looks like Cyril will hold. But these have been costly trades, and the Cyclones are still up and running. We catch one of these Overlords. This is becoming too much. This is becoming too much at this point. Oh my god, the juggling here from Clem, keeping every single Cyclone alive. We're still rallying across the map. The follow-up mass Cyclone, it's becoming too much. At this point, the hatchery is so low! The hatchery! The transfuse barely keeps it alive. But it's still barely on its last legs. The Queens are falling one after the other, and Clem has done it. Cyril sighing there on cams. GG gets called, and Clem takes down Cyril 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Clem will take the 2-0 here. Will take down... Clem... Sorry, I think I misspoke. Clem will take the 2-0 here, and Cyril is going to be knocked out. Let's go. The juggling was crazy. The juggling was out of this world here. Just the Cyclones, they refused to die. They refused to be focused down. Every single one was kept alive, and Clem, he snowballed out of control there towards the end. GG, well played. Clem gets a 2-0, which means Basilisk, they have one player left. Trigger. It's going to be on Trigger to pop off. And to be fair, I do want to say that Trigger's best matchup is PvT. This is his best matchup. We casted Trigger last season against Maru, and Trigger looked damn impressive against the likes of Maru in the late game. It was on Gressvan. Always remember, it was on Gressvan in the last map pool. That was, of course, last season. And we'll see if Trigger can bring out his star PvT performance again, because Team Basilisk, they need him to. They need him to here and now. Remember, Trigger needs only one win. He needs to take one game off of Clem. Can he do it? Can he pull it off? Let's go. Let us go. I feel like it's match related. He did the exact same build in an Open Cup a couple of weeks ago. Oh, there you go. Thanks for letting us know. Must have been an ESL EU Open Cup. We cast the NA ones and haven't seen him do that quite yet. But at the same time, we don't really cast much of Clem's TVZ in the ESL Open Cups, just because he's up against mainly Protoss. But with that, we are going to be going on a short break here. Just as a quick reminder, Clem, he still needs another 2-0 to force the revive. And again, Trigger is going to be coming up next. Oh boy, here we go. Europe versus the Americas. Trigger needs to pop off here and now to bring Clem down. Otherwise, we're getting that revive. Going to be going on a short break. When we return, we'll have our next series. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have our designated players, and here we go again. Clem, he is on his road to victory here, on his road to the reverse sweep. He just took down Raynor, took down Cyril. Now he's up against Trigger, the final player here for Team Basilisk. If Trigger falls without taking a game off of Clem, then Team Basilisk will have to revive. They will have to revive another player to take his place and to bring down the ESL Masters Winter Champion in Clem. And here we go. We're diving on in.
Basilisk versus Team Liquid. Game 5. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game. And here we go. We're getting into potentially our final series here of the night. Or can Clem continue to keep his run going and go all the way to the ace match? As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran from the land of France, Clem. Representing Team Liquid. Oh boy, and here we go. Already going to be sending the SCV out across the map. We're going to be skirting around the northern half. The purpose of this is to avoid the probe scout. So the SCV is going to be hidden, and I believe we will be going for an eBay block. Now you can see that it is queued right into the natural. Probe scout moves out, but because of the movement of Clem's SCV, he will avoid said scout. Again, eBay blocks have been very common, have been very popular over the past couple of months in the TVP matchup, and that is going to be the case here in this matchup as well. And Trigger, he needs to check that low ground. If he doesn't, he's going to be forced to take the unnatural natural, and Clem may be able to pop off before Trigger can even get into his game. Probe checks the low ground, and Trigger is going to be forced to take the unnatural natural. You can see the probe on the way towards that triangular third base. Again, because the eBay has so much progression, because it was a late scout on the engineering bay, it means that Trigger is forced to expose himself by expanding at an unnatural location. And with this, we should be going for a factory and add-on swap. So Clem should be looking to punish this. We do have the reactor on the way on that Rax. Ooh, interesting. No factory. Instead, we have the bunker behind the mineral line, and we can reactor out Reapers. Okay. Reapers should be on the way. There we go. 2 at a time. The bunker will finish behind the mineral line, and because it's so far away, because of the positioning here, Clem, he will deny any kind of mining at all at that natural until the bunker is dealt with. So a very aggressive opener here out of Clem. Again, Clem is in the driver's seat. We have a CC on the high ground. It is a delayed expansion, but an expansion nonetheless from Clem. And it's going to be worth it if he does kill workers, if he does deny mining. Here we go. Trigger, you can see he's going to be trying to split up his forces and defend both locations at once. Shield battery is going to be on the way. We have a shield battery in the main, and we have a shield battery at the natural. Bunker has been revealed. And the Reapers, they are making their way across the map. Behind this, 3 racks. Okay, a little bit old school. It's going to be a 3 racks follow-up here by Clem. Very aggressive. And so far, unscouted. That's what's important. Good juggling here out of Clem. He has to be very careful not to lose any of these Reapers. The high ground! Oh! Oh my god, we are just barely not close enough. The adept doesn't reach. Oh! Oh my god, just barely doesn't reach, and we do deny it mining in most of these mineral patches. Stalker is on the way. Bunker is taking some hits. And it's going to be a Twilight Council opener here. 2 probes go down. Oh, 2 workers do fall. But yeah, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener. Should be Blink here from Trigger. As the Reapers, they do dive into the bunker. They're getting quite a lot of damage dealt here to these adepts, but the shield battery will be able to top them up. We had to invest into a second shield battery, by the way, just to keep this going. And eventually this will be dealt with. Well, the adepts getting very low. Another probe gets targeted down, forcing the overcharge. Again, we're investing so much. A second probe, that's going to be 4 probes in total. 4 probes have fallen. The juggling here with the SCV. We got the salvage. And it will barely get salvaged in time. Clutch move there at a Clem. It does squeeze out as much efficiency as he can. And remember, the follow-up is a 3-rack. So we are building up towards Stim, Combat Shields, a massive bio army. Now, this follow-up attack from Clem is going to hit without Medivacs. It's going to be a very fast, very strong timing from him. And, Trigger, he's going for his expansion. He's still going, I believe, 2-gate. Yep, 2-gate into a 3rd. I'm worried that this 3-rack's timing here from Clem may be able to break the expansion of Trigger. I mean, there are shield batteries, but they can only do so much. As we get a full scout off, we get eyes on not just the tech, we get eyes on the lack of additional gateways. We also get eyes on the 3rd. Trigger, I mean, Clem, he knows how vulnerable Trigger is. And here comes the follow-up. And again, Trigger hasn't scouted. He hasn't seen anything. He doesn't know what's coming his way. The Reaper is distracting Trigger. Gets into the main, and here come the Marines. Here come the Marauders. Do we break the main, or do we break the natural? As we push up towards that 3rd base. We get us around here on these Stalkers. There's no blink, and every single Stalker is going to be hunted down. The army has fallen. GG gets called, and Clem will take game number 1. GG. Again, from the beginning of that game, Clem was in the driver's seat, forcing the unnatural, forcing an uncomfortable opener out of Trigger, pulling him apart with those bunkers. And the bunkers, they killed 4 workers, they forced out a shield battery. More importantly, they kept the attention of Trigger at home. Trigger never found the opportunity to scout. He never went for a hallucination scout. He, of course, didn't go for a probe scout, or he wasn't able to get into the main. Because of the Twilight Council opener, there's no Oracle, there's no Phoenix. Like, he saw nothing. He had no idea what was coming his way. He was caught with his pants down, and the 3-racks cleaned him up. And with that, Clem is 1 game away from knocking Trigger down and forcing the revive. And the revive match is going to be an interesting one. We'll get there. We'll get there if we go that far. Trigger, unfortunately, just wasn't able to play his game. He wasn't able to play StarCraft Papias from the beginning. Like, he was just on the receiving end, and he just wasn't able to stabilize, wasn't able to really get into his game whatsoever. Couldn't really show off what he's made of. And I'm hoping that we can pull that off here in game number 2. It is going to be Trigger's map of choice, and I'm sure he'll be opting to go for a map with a little bit more breathing room. I'm thinking Alcyone. Alcyone would be a viable choice. In PvT, Equilibrium isn't a bad map for Protoss. A pretty good map, actually, so we could opt to go for that. We have options. We have options here for Trigger, as he's looking to prove himself, looking to show off here and bring Clem down. Remember, Trigger needs one win to win the series for Basilisk. That's easier said than done, though. It sounds easy. Oh, he just has to win 1 time. Yeah, but it's against the reigning champion, Poppy. It's against the ESL Masters Winter Champion. Aye. We shall see. We'll see if we can pull it off. As our players are just getting ready here. Again, Trigger, it is his map of choice. Where are we going? Where are you taking us? That is the big question. Catching up in the chat. He's starting to believe. Win 1 game against the best TVP in the world. Aye, true. Clem does arguably have the best Terran versus Protoss in the world. Thanks to MaxPax, of course. Thanks to MaxPax. Big shout out to our Danish Protoss that allowed for that to happen. We shall see. Meanwhile, is anyone going to tell Maxid that they're on the wrong date? And there it is. As you mentioned, we did bring it up. Game 2 is going to be on Equilibrium. Now, again, this could be a very strong map for Protoss, because if the Protoss can gain momentum, if the Protoss can gain map control, the goal base is a free base for the Protoss that they can rush into, and it can be very difficult for the Terran player to really take that away from them and really fight for control of that gold. Likewise, longer rush distance by ground. You have a lot more breathing room as well. We'll see how Trigger approaches this. Not a bad map for something like a Stargate opener. If we go into Blink Stalkers, we could be seeing something like 3-gate Blink into the 3rd base as well. In general, historically, Trigger really hasn't been fond of Stargate Phoenix play in this matchup. I'm feeling Twilight Council again, but we'll see. We'll see if Trigger has something different to bring to the table here on his map of choice. We shall see. As we're loading on in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have the Canadian Protoss, the blue Protoss player representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player for Team Liquid, the ace, the final chance. It is Clem, the final player here for his team. Again, he is so close to pulling off the reverse sweep. So very close. Here we go. As for now, our openers are looking standard. Because the longer rush distance by ground, something like an eBay block isn't as possible here. So Trigger should be able to get his expansion going at a much more standard timing. Going to be moving out just for a scout, just making sure that there is no racks. Do we go to the gold? Will we rush into the gold as the natural? No, we're going for a probe scout. Okay. Just going for a probe scout from here. And with this, we're just going to be making sure that there is no eBay block. And Trigger should soon be expanding after the Cyber Core. Just going to be a Gate Cyber expand at a Trigger expansion at the natural location. Meanwhile, a standard SCV Scout timing is coming out from Clem, as he is going for his own economic opener. It is going to be a Rax expand out of Clem. It is not a double gas opener. We are going to be delaying factory production in favor of a better economy. So far, everything is normal. Everything is by the book. Everything is looking to ease our way into the mid-game. Trigger can he can play some StarCraft. He can cook, Papi. He can cook. Aha. Let's go. So we're going to be able to see what Trigger is really made of in this TVP. As again, he's going to have a much more comfortable opener. Probe is being sent out. Again, we shouldn't be taking the gold yet. We're just going to be scouting, checking the edges of the map. So Trigger just making sure that everything is as it should be. There's a factory on the way behind this, which means Clem is not going for a 3 racks. He's taking his second gas geyser into a factory, looking like a much more standard opener. Meanwhile, behind this, we mentioned it, the Trigger isn't really one that enjoys going for Stargate play in this matchup, so he doesn't go for the Phoenix opener. He's going for a Twilight Council once again. Should be Blink. How many gateways, though? I'm thinking either 2 or 3. It'd be crazy if Trigger goes up to 4. Again, 2-gate Blink is very economic, 3-gate Blink is very safe, and 4-gate Blink is just hyper-aggressive. When I say 3-gate Blink is safe, I mean it's a way to like assert yourself and gain map control. Which is where the safety comes in. For now, second gateway's in production, there's that robo on the way, and it looks like Trigger does want to be more economic here. We'll keep an eye on the production tab to see how he commits, as he should be going towards the gold. Oh, the Hellion! The Hellion does come across the probe. A big pickoff here as the probe does go down. Big delay on the expansion, as I believe Trigger was looking to take that Nexus. Do you see the Stalker rotating around, trying to get a read on where the Hellion is? Probe maneuvering towards the south this time, and yeah, we want that gold base, and we're going to get it. So it's going to be 2-gate Blink into an expansion. So very economic here out of Trigger. Fun fact, Trigger attempted to do this very same build on site Delta. Again, very economic, and it's also why Trigger had so little to defend, and why he fell to the 3 racks. Meanwhile, back at home, Clem did go for a 1-1-1 into a Widowmine drop. Only 2 Widowmines, so not the most committed mine drop. Ooh, as he does come across those Stalkers, is forced back. Or he's going to be doubling back in, though. He's poised to go back into the main base at a moment's notice. Now again, only 2 Widowmines from here. Clem did go for an add-on swap, but he's going for tank production. So tanks are on the way. Raven as well. Very standard game here so far at a Clem. With these tanks, of course, we're going to be able to defend against any kind of Blink Stalker-based aggression in the main and the natural. Clem is going to be secure. Meanwhile, after the gold was taken, Trigger is now going for the Bay. there's like two ways to go about this. Like you can go for the Bay first, then the third, or the third and then the Bay. So just more economic out of Trigger. Just being greedy, cutting corners, and now going into splash damage. Should be Blink Stalkers into Colossi. There are some players that like to skip Colossus and go like Disruptor first, but it's just so risky to do that, especially against Clem. Not worth it. As here we go, Clem is aware of the goal base, and he's going to be going for some harass. We have the Mind Drop threatening the main. We have Raven Auto-Tart harass coming in towards the south. And it's going to be on Clem to try and disrupt the economy. We spoke about this earlier. In TVP, it is much more easier for the Protoss player to gain map control and to get away with this gold. That's why this base was picked by Trigger. Just because this gold can be difficult to punish from the Terran. Auto-Turret does arrive. It is going to be denying mining, but we have a shield battery. We have Stalkers. We will shut this down. So it does deny some mining time, but not much else. Meanwhile, auto-charge into the natural. There's no shield battery. One probe does fall. And again, lost mining time. Behind this, we're getting to our Colossus production. Marines are getting ready to push out. Clem starts up his third CC, so he's not going for a 2-base all-in. He's working on that next step. Third CC is on the way. 1-1. Stim, combat shields, all about to finish up. Very strong timing here from Clem. Yes, Stim. Does have that Stim available. And he is pushing. Now, whether or not he goes past the halfway mark, I'm not so sure. We can see Trigger just chipping away at that army. Clem taking control of the Naga. The Mind Drop not able to find a way in whatsoever, but it's still alive. That's what's important. The Mind Drop hasn't killed anything, but it also hasn't died, so can always come in at a later time. Meanwhile, Clem is committing. He's rallying everything across the map again. His upgrades have finished. The Colossi waddling in. They're exposed. Clemmy goes for the dive. One Colossus goes down for free. Mine Shot's going to be going off. The tank does fall. Both players, they trade blow for blow. 4 probes did fall. Trigger lost a Colossus. Clem lost a tank. But that was a bigger loss for Trigger. Meanwhile, the mine drop did go off. I believe we saved the Widow Mines. And from here, Clem is going to retreat. So again, a better trade here for Clem overall. He's just consolidating his army, bringing everything together. Getting ready for the second wave. Ooh, even going for another mine drop, this time towards the gold. Second Colossus does arrive. Trigger looking to shut down this army. Decent swipe so far. Very comfortable to overextend. Mine shot. Up. Ooh, on the Zealots. Good retargeting. Meanwhile, the Widow Mine drop of his opponent, of Clem, should be making its way towards that gold. We have a Raven into the natural, taking a lot of hits. Ooh, the Raven will go down. Big pick off at the same time. Mine drop towards the gold base is a little bit late, though. It's going to be chilling here, and it's giving Trigger a lot of time to respond. As I say that, no reaction! No reaction! Ooh, 5 probes go down. We have one more Widow Mine going towards the natural. Trigger does see. He does respond. Or does he? Oh, okay, we do. Thankfully. We do pull away in time. Another Mind Drop coming in towards that main base. Clem just not slowing down whatsoever. The pace has been set, and probes will fall. 16 workers in total. An entire mineral line has fallen. Trigger losing far too much, and now Clem can focus on his attack. He's running into a very hefty army, though. That's Colossi and Archons. We cannot push in, but the economy of Trigger in shambles. Down to 57 workers. Another Widow Mine did reset. The mines in the main do get cleaned up. Clem is working towards his fourth. Fourth Nexus is on the way. Ghost production already commencing. Sure, the Archon army looks terrifying, looks threatening, looks quite beefy, but EMPs will make short work of this army. A couple of EMPs will be too much, depending on how they connect. Trigger has to be careful. He only has 2 Colossi, by the way. He didn't make a third. Uh-oh. He's relying so heavily here on 2 Colossi. Vikings are coming out. Gonna be warping in a massive wave of Stalkers. Vikings get a couple of volleys off on the Colossi. Couple of big volleys. As we do see Trigger trying to push in, but with this concave, like, there's no pushing into this. Not against all these Marauders and all the Vikings as well. Big EMP as well. Does connect on the Colossi. One falls. There's only one left. Only one Colossus for splash damage. Disruptor production has commenced, but this is late. We have 2 more Robos on the way for triple Disruptor production, but again, this transition feels delayed here for Trigger. We'll see if he can get there. He is going to be maneuvering around. Rotating between the bases. Clem going to be taking his 4th. We have a Dark Shrine on the way. Storm as well. Trigger getting into every form of splash damage. He wants everything, and he's going to need everything. But can he get it in time? Because Clem is maxed. Clem, he is up 50 supply. He can take a fight. He can take a very strong fight here if he so chose to. But now he's just settling into additional CCs. +1 ship weapons is on the way. 3-3 as well. We should be working towards a fusion core and a 2nd starport for the Liberators. Liberator production is the next big step that we are waiting for Clem. We see a Disruptor in position. Never going to be going up. Up! Oh, we catch the Disruptor. Not a good start for Trigger. Disruptor does go down. We have 4 CC. Oh my god. 4 command centers on the way. Cloak for the ghosts. Again, because Clem is posturing, he's giving Trigger the opportunity to come back. Remember, Trigger, he was down 50 supply. Clem was maxed, and Trigger, he is closing that gap. He's catching up in army supply. Catching up in tech. Storm is done. Robos are finished. We can get into triple Disruptor production. Dark Templar are on the way. Trigger, he is clawing his way back into this. Here come those Dark Templar. They're waddling in. They are going to be waddling in. We have a couple of turrets already in position. Oh, where they're on A move! A little bit less than ideal. Dark Templar reveals its position. Does go down. More CCs on the way. Gold base is being taken. And a Terran player with this gold is a terrifying thing. The economy of Clem gonna snowball out of control if nothing is done about it. Meanwhile, Trigger is pushing. And remember, like, he was able to max out, was able to stabilize. He has a comparable army. No Liberators yet, thankfully for Trigger. There we go, big EMP here on the Immortals. Storm's going to be zoning back the army, but oh, big EMP on the High Templar. No more Storms are available. The Archons are being forced out. No longer have those Storms. So we can see Trigger going to be rotating around. Wants to make use of this high ground. That final Colossus, yeah, it's going to fall. Does go down to the Vikings. God, how many Immortals? I want to say we have 11 Immortals here for Trigger. I assumed it was going to be triple Disruptor production, but my apologies, it was triple Immortal production. This is a composition that, of course, Trigger has been playing around with a lot. Max packs as well, they both have. There is potential with this composition. The downside is libs. Like, Liberators, they have their way with anything Robo-related. Here we go. We are trying to force our way in. God, but there are so many Marauders. Big Storm does connect with the army. Trigger trying to force his way in. Another Storm zones back Clem. Trigger instead pushing right through the center instead. That's a lot of bases, a lot of SimCity, and the Liberators, they arrive just in time. We have 3 libs for the time being. Do we have a Storm? As additional Liberators are getting up and running. Planetary goes down to the Immortals. But the Archon did get stuck. Archon goes down. Another CC is being taken. Trigger, do we push towards the gold or do we push right through the middle? And we're going for the third. Trying to. Orbital's going to be going down. Trigger, he's picking up some bases. Like, he is getting value with this, don't get me wrong. He just killed 2 bases. Got some good storms. Another good storm here in the mineral line. The problem is that there's no big answer here for the Liberators. As we're getting some of the Immortals. One Immortal does go down. Trigger, he's trying to gain ground here, but that Liberator count is getting higher and higher. We had 3, now we're up to 5, sorry, 7. And the Liberators, they are sieging. Big storms on top of them. The choke point working against Clem. But Trigger is losing far too much. The freedom is here. Liberation has arrived. And Trigger bled out quite a lot in that fight. As long as Clem can fight with his Liberators, he can take it. He can break through. Trigger has to back off. Now, usually when there are this many Liberators, we need to force or we need to transition into Sky Toss. You know, Fleet Beacon, Tempest Production, Triple Stargates. But for the time being, Trigger, he's committed to his Robo-based army, to his Ground Toss, which is less than ideal. There's potential, don't get me wrong, but as long as Clem is in position, this army can't do much. Here we go, we rotate over towards the north. A big storm here on the Libs. But the freedom is here. The freedom is now. Yeah, we get on top of the army. High Templar goes down. And Trigger, he's being bullied back. He just can't do anything against this army. Good concussive shell does take down an Immortal. 2 Immortals even. Yeah, good trade here from Clem. He's just chasing this down. Big storm here on the Ghosts. Is it enough? We're rushing through the liberation zones. Trigger getting on top of the army. Is trying to break through. Meanwhile, the Libs, they just ignore it. They ignore the army going across the map, forcing a Trigger back. Meanwhile, Clem, he's just remaxing here on Lib Ghost. Trigger, now we have a Stargate. Now this it's so late though. It's 17 minutes. Stargate is on the way for Sky Toss. Can we get there? Can it Trigger get enough time, buy enough time to get into Sky Toss? The Stargate is the first step. Zealot run by here towards the south. Cannot touch this planetary. The economy of Clem has been untouched for quite some time, and yeah, he is remaxed. Oh god, the Prism is so low. Liberation zones are set up. We're collapsing on this army. Big overextension here from Trigger. And we lose almost everything. So many Immortals go down. And Clem is going to chase this down as well. The High Templar, the Immortals. 1 Immortal remains. Trigger bleeding out far too much there. And you thought the Liberators were good in the main army. Oh, they're even better harassing. As they're getting into mineral lines. Looking to shut down the economy of Trigger. Yeah, we're at the southern 5th base. We're at the triangular 3rd. Liberator towards the 7th. Just Liberators everywhere at this point, and probes are falling. At the same time, we try to go for a Zealot run by, but we have Libs back at home to defend as well. There's freedom everywhere. Everywhere you look, just freedom. Be free, Poppy. As Clem is going to be pushing. Does catch the army. EMP doesn't connect with High Templar. They are safe in that Prism. We have 2 Colossi as well. But we went back into Viking production. The Prism! Big overextension! That was 4 High Templar. 4 High Templar in the War Prism go down. No more storms are available. And Clem, he's breaking through. This is where the Stargate was. The Stargate is going to get shut down. We have 1 Void Ray. 1 Void Ray to defend. And we're going for a base trade. Trigger, he knows he cannot fight the main army. It's not going to happen. He ignores it, goes across the map. We have a nuke. We have a nuke at the southern base. Clem, he turns back around. He's looking to chase this back. He's looking to chase this down. Meanwhile, Trigger does notice a nuke. It connects with the stack defense. 3 probes fall. And Clemmy's chasing down what little is left of the main army. The Colossi, the Immortals, no High Templar, no Archons, not anymore. And here comes a Freedom. Just leapfrogging forward. The Colossus falls in the retreat. And Clem, he just has far too much. Making 6 libs at a time. Oh my god, the Venn diagrams, the circles. All we see is circles. Big storm though. A juicy connection there from Trigger. And once again, he's ignoring the army. Like, again, I don't blame him. Like, he cannot push into this. It's not going to happen. Trigger knows it, so another counterattack, another base trade. Trigger, he's racing across the map. Does Clem commit to the base trade, or do we turn back around and he's coming back home? Then he's racing back home here, and Trigger, he's just not achieving too much with this. He denies mining at the 3rd. He gets 4 SCV kills, and that's it. That's all he gets. 4 SCVs. We'll come across a planetary. Does come across another base, and here we go. Now damage is being done. The mules, the SCVs are going to be falling. But oh my god, there's just so many lives, so many freedom zones. They are set up. Clem has to be careful not to overextend here without his libs. We need to leapfrog them forward. They need to be involved. They need to take part here. As again, there's just no pushing into this. Clem taking another efficient fight. Trigger, he barely has an economy to speak of. He's gonna catch potentially a stray lib. Not too bad. Storms as well. Getting damage done here on the army. Again, you can see that Clem desperately he wants a fight. Like, Clem desperately wants a fight, and Trigger is always just a little bit one step away. He's not giving it to him. Clem's like, come at me. Trigger's like, no. Stay away. Stay away from me, you animal. As Clem is on the hunt. Has to be careful not to be caught on siege. 1 lib goes down. 2 libs. Yeah, we have to back off. Clem caught a bit out of position there. This base is going to go down. Planetary will fall. Liberation zones arrive. They pick off a couple of gateway units, but a good pick off here from Trigger. Takes down a base that is being replaced. Each Venn diagram segment is labeled freedom. It is. The freedom, it's encroaching on the Protoss. Stay away. We don't want to be free, Papi. We like it here. We like it here in Protoss land. Stay away. As again, Clemmy's on the hunt, and basically for the past like 5 or so minutes, it's been Trigger avoiding a fight. It's been Trigger just avoiding the main army, and Clem desperately trying to just collapse on him. And once again, Clem, he finds a base, and once again, Trigger ignores it. Like, he has to ignore the army, going for another counterattack, forcing Clem to turn back around. There we go. He does catch a couple of Liberators here back at home. Gets into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. And this time, Clem has had enough. Clem, he's turning around with his libs, but he is committing with his bio army. He's like, you know what? I'm going to just kill these bases. You do what you want. But we are getting on top of the starports. Big pickoffs. Big pickoffs of the production. And from here, yeah, the liberation zones have arrived. Big storm on the army. Oh my god, we just eat it. We just take the storm to the face. Trigger does turn back around. This is a fight that Trigger can take, by the way. Clem only has half his army. He left all of his libs at home, which means Trigger, yeah, he can deal with this. This is the best case scenario for Trigger, is to fight half of the army of Clem. So many metamax. And they are being focused down. The ghosts are going to be falling as well, but do we have detection? Oh, we don't. No detection. The ghosts are going ham. The stalkers are going down. And even against half of Clem's army, Trigger, he is struggling. He will finally clean this up. but the ghosts are still there. They're gonna get the base. No shot. Unfortunately, no detection from Trigger. Yeah, the base is gonna fall to 3 ghosts. And behind this, Clem is remaxing. He doesn't have a lot of gas to work with, but he can make Marines. That's all he needs. You can see the scan to take down the Observer as well. And now Clem, he can come forward with everything else. The Marines, Marauders. He has significantly less ghosts. Like, he can't afford to replace as many ghosts. So there's that advantage, I guess, for Trigger, but at this point, he has almost nothing left. Here we go. Clem, he has arrived. Pushing forward with his Liberators. The space, there's no mining whatsoever. 0 economy here from Trigger. GG gets called. And Clem will take the 2-0, forcing the revive. GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem, he's doing it. He 2-0s Serral, he 2-0s Trigger. And here we go. We have a revive available for Team Basilisk. And this is where, if you're in the chat, you can get involved. I pose a question to you. If you're Team Basilisk, who do you revive? Who do you bring back here? Is it going to be Raynor, Serral, or Trigger? Who do you bring back? Raynor is the only player so far that has taken a map off of Clem. That is true, like today. Raynor, he's the only one that's done it. If you remember, it was on Equilibrium, on Raynor's map of choice. Meanwhile, Serral had a much harder time. To be fair, though, a lot of that was because of the aggression of Clem. If you remember, Serral also played on Equilibrium, and he wanted to get into a game, and Clem one base all in him. Clem just went for a proxy Churax into fast Cyclones and just went for the one base all in and killed Serral before he could really get into his game. So bear that in mind. I'm sure Serral is frustrated. I'm sure he's feeling a little bit frustrated about that game. And I'm sure Serral wants his revenge. Is Serral the one that we revive, or is it Raynor instead? Now, the way this works, it's a different dynamic. Now, both players are going to be, both teams will be relying on their revived players. What does this mean? This means that this next best of 2, we can afford a loss. Both players can afford losses. Because both revived players are facing off against each other, it's a regular best of 2. If it's a 2-0, whoever 2-0s wins. If it's a 1-1, super ace match. If it's a 1-1 between the revived players, then we go to the super ace match where we can revive again. But with this second revive, we cannot revive a previously revived player, which means Team Liquid cannot revive Clem, and Basilisk won't be able to revive either Raynor or Serral or whoever they bring back, or Trigger, potentially. So there's going to be like a backup revive. This is only if it's a 1-1. So if it's a 1-1, it goes down to a best of 1. If it's a 2-0, obviously 2-0 win for the winning team. Oh, so here we go. The pressure is on. Pressure is on. Catching up. Catching up. I feel like Trigger needs to be transitioning as well. Yeah, I do think that Trigger stayed on Mass Immortal a little bit too long. Remember, Trigger, he didn't have a bad base count. He didn't have a bad economy. He was on like 6 or 7 Nexus. I do think that his transition was late. We spoke about it at the time, but it is very necessary to go into Sky Toss when you're up against Mass Liberator. As we saw, Mass Lib can be very oppressive. Can be very oppressive in TVP, as Clem was able to showcase. And we saw that Trigger did eventually throw down the Stargate, but remember, it was like at 17 or 18 minutes. It was a very late Stargate, and even in throwing that down, he never got to get into Sky Toss, and that was a bit of a misstep there from Trigger, just falling behind when it came to tech, when it came to his army composition, unfortunately. I feel like the style SOS was playing in the IM qualifiers versus Gumi Heavyweight transition to very Archon heavy charge out Colossal Side Temple army would work great here. I'm not too certain. I would say no. Against Lib Ghost, I mean, maybe if you can outmaneuver your opponent, but Lib Ghost is very much so like the answer to ground toss. It's very difficult to make any kind of ground toss reliant composition work against that kind of army that Clem had. Outside, of course, like out positioning your opponent and go for like these multi-pronged attacks and try to like draw away some of the army, catching liberators. Like you can go for a very active style, but it's very intense. It's very intense to like be that active and, you know, be that aggressive. Popped off tonight. Yeah, it's I mean, I think there's no wrong answer, to be honest. I think both Serral and Raynor are viable revives. But I think I spoke about this with Yaku yesterday. It's not necessarily like about, you know, the historic like tendencies of like Serral and Raynor and how good they are. It's about how good they are on the night, right? It's like specifically, all right, boys, who's feeling good right now? Who's feeling in form? You know, is anyone like a little bit sleep deprived? Is anyone a little bit groggy? You know, like how in shape are we right here, right now, in this moment? So that's kind of what it comes down to. Who's feeling good? Who's feeling hot right now? Is it Raynor or Serral? Who's it gonna be? Oh, like a super ace match. Personally, I would love that as well. I'd love us to go the distance, all the way. Here we go. Clem looked bored. I mean, I can understand Clem's like feelings in that last game because again, we basically saw for like 5 minutes Clem like wanting an engage and Trigger just avoiding a fight and running away for like 5 minutes straight. Like it was like, so I can understand the frustrations of Clem where he's like, fight me, Poppy, fight me. Where are you going? He just wanted that kind of big explosive moment. PVT unwinnable. I can rely on Starduck to be there for it. Let's go. I can rely. Really feel like the Mass Archon style could have put in some serious damage. We already had plenty of Ghosts for EMP. Like Mass Archon is not ideal there. Especially not just because of EMP, but because Archons lack the range that they need to get on top of Liberators. Bearing in mind that when we say that a transition into Skytoss is required, you're not going pure Skytoss. You are supporting the Skytoss army with things like Storm, like Disruptors, more importantly. Like Disruptors are very necessary to support Skytoss, and Archons to support against Vikings, right? Like there's a lot that goes into it. It's a composition that you have to build up towards. And Archons have their place in that. But here we go. We have a revive!
Versus Team Liquid. Game 6. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game. Here we go. We have our revive, and we are getting into our next TVZ, a rematch in the top left-hand corner. We have the Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Basilisk. It is Raynor. And in the bottom right, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid, Clem. Okay, for some context, as a reminder, if it's a 2-0 in either direction, the series ends, and we have our champions. We have our winning team to advance on to the next round. If this is a 1-1, then we get another revive and the Super Ace match. And remember, in that revive, in that Super Ace match, neither Raynor or Clem would be available. So theoretically, if this is a 1-1 score, that means most likely it's going to be Serral versus Cure in that Super Ace. Serral and Cure will have to come out. Unless Alaze is feeling hot with his ZVZ, and Alaze wants to try to snipe Serral and ZVZ instead. Like that's also another possibility. If we go that far. For now though, we are going to be moving out with our SCV, just getting for a scout across the map. It is going to be a Rax expand, not a 2 Rax opener or anything crazy like that. Just going to be a standard opener here from Clem. No, shout out to SC24. You can't mass 1 or 2 units? Oh, broken, Bobby, broken. True. Fix it. Fix it, papi. Yeah, here we go. Again, a standard opener here from Clem. Likewise, Raider going for a hatch gas pull. And we are loading into hard lead. To quickly speak about this map, hard lead, very short rush distance. Very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored here. We have seen both Rainer and... Oh my god, we pick off 2 Lings already. Oh my... Clem, calm down. Oh my god. And we're taking the forward base. Okay, so we've already seen a lot of Roach aggression. Both Cyril and Rainer against Clem, we've seen a lot of Roach-based openers throughout the entire night. And if we do go for another Roach opener by Rainer, then he has the option to double down and commit and go for a 1-1 timing. Especially with this triangular third base being taken, you can actually launch and spread your creep that much faster across the map to facilitate for something like an all-in. Of course, we don't have to go for that, but that is an option here on hard lead. Meanwhile, behind this, it is going to be a 3rd CC opener out of Clem. Very economic. He's going for a delayed starport, or 3CC into starport. Just very economic here from Clem. Very standard, very by the book. Behind this, Hellion production well underway. The Overlord hasn't gone in for the scouts yet. I believe, do we have an add-on? We haven't actually seen the main. But if there's a tech lab, no, there is not a tech lab. We're going for a Viking first. Interesting. This looks like a Viking into Liberator opener from Clem. Very interesting. Okay. No tech lab, no add-on swap is what I should say. Not yet. Meanwhile, the Hellions are vying for map control. They pick off a Tumor. Going to be stifling the creep threat as best they can. Viking going to be coming out to deny any kind of scouting information. And again, usually this should be leading into a Liberator. And there it is. Lib is on the way. Like, there was no tech lab ready for an add-on swap, and you typically skip the Viking if you're going into Banshees just to get them that much faster. This can be risky, especially if you believe your opponent is going Roaches, but as we can see, Rainer, he's just droning. Just droning, making queens. There is no fast Roach Warren. Rainer going Lair first. Okay. Very safe play here. So with this fast Lair, in a couple of seconds, we should be seeing a Baneling Nest. So it's going to be Ling Bane into delayed Evo Chambers. Now, against an economic opener as a Zerg player, you can get away with double Evo Chamber before the Lair. But specifically on this map, because it's so small, because it's so congested, because the rush distance is so short, it can be risky. And, you know, we don't want to take that chance. So a bit of a safer opener here from Rainer. Not cutting corners. Meanwhile, the lair is almost done. Our tech of choice should soon be on the way, unless we are avoiding it. We only have 2 gases for the time being. I'm feeling like we should be seeing a Baneling Nest now. If not, I'm curious where you take us, Rainer. Second gas is getting up and running. We have the Liberator on one end, and it's going to be denied. Oh, so much damage is dealt. It's going to be forced back, and there it is. There's that Baneling Nest. A little bit of a delayed Baneling Nest, but it's on the way nonetheless. The reason why I say that, usually you want the Baneling Nest to finish as the lair finishes, so you can start baling speed as quickly as possible. But we throw down the Baneling Nest, we have the double Evo Chambers on the way, so it's going to be Ling Bane from Rainer. Straight up Ling Bane from our Zerg player. Now again, because we didn't rush into the faster Evo Chambers, it means that Clem does have an upgrade advantage. We'll have a slightly faster 1-1, but only by a couple of seconds. Not the biggest of deals. For the most part, the upgrades are pretty similar with each other. Meanwhile, the Liberator opener didn't really do a lot of damage, but behind it, you know, we're getting to Sim. A big scan here reveals the Baneling Nest and the lair, so we are aware of Ling Bane. We also get eyes on the researching Baneling Nest. So with that, Clem is aware of it. There's no Roaches, there's no fast Spire, for example, for fast Mutas. Everything is looking as it should, as we have our follow-up tech, so it's not going to be pure Ling Bane into Hive. It's gonna be Ling Bane with a Hydra Den. So Ling Bane Hydra overall here for Rainer. Again, a very solid unit composition. Meanwhile, the Marines are going to be pushing forward. Mindshell's going to be going up. Ooh, decent connections, taking down some Banelings. Not bad at all here from Clem. Meanwhile, the Marines are going to be getting ready for another dive. Again, no Banelings are remaining. Liberator does find some damage here at the would-be 5th. Sorry, would-be 4th. Jordan goes down. We deny some mining time. And Marines coming from behind. Bailing speed not done. How good is our target firing? Ooh. Do lose a couple of Marines. Not a bad trade, though. Liberator does make it out alive. And right now, Clem is just focusing on keeping an eye and keeping all this creep in check. So we clean up as much as we can. And here we go. We're going for a split push. We have the Liberator in between the bases. We have the double jump on the left. And we have the main army on the right. The main army with Widow Mines. We'll see if Raynor can keep up. Trying to take that center base. Hellbats have been morphed in, but we have some Hydras. Good splits here against the Bailings. They connect with mainly Hellbats. The Bailings are going to be targeted down, which means we can take down these Lings. The Hydras, they will barely force us back. Additional Bailings on the way. This wasn't a bad trade for Clem, but just barely didn't have enough. Meanwhile, the Queens! The Queens are left exposed. Lingbane out of position, and can we take down the Queens? We cannot. We only got one. Clutch transfuse there out of Raynor, keeping the Queens alive. Raynor holds. That was a scary moment for him, but he does hold on. Clem doesn't break through. He traded with Lingbane. He got one queen. Didn't kill many Hydras. Didn't kill many more queens. Oh, but the space is looking so exposed. Very little creep. Widow Mines are burrowing. Good target firing here out of Raynor. It does focus them down. And there's just not enough Marines. The Hydras do break through. Yeah, Clem, he's running out of steam a little bit here. Losing a little bit too much. Decent mine shots. The other two get baited out. And again, Clem, he's just been losing so many Widow Mines, so much of his army. And you can see that Raynor, he's maxing out. Raynor, he's gotten away with all these bases. He's drawn up to 86. His economy has been left untouched. The only workers going down was that one drone earlier to the Liberator, and that is it. Like, this split push just has not been successful here from Clem. He's going to be gaining ground. Catches a queen. But he needs so much more. Getting us up with some of these Bailings. Very risky. Splits are looking good. Mine shots go up. And the Bailings, they will not connect. They barely don't connect. But we have reinforcements. We have more than enough to deal with this. Widow Mines are being cleaned up. They will not reset. Clem is being forced back. At the same time, going in for another drop here on the right-hand side. Gets another drone. Again, he needs to do something about this economy. Raynor, he's on 90 drones. And he's maxing out on Lingbane. On Lingbane Viper. As the Hive is done. And Medevac goes down. And Raynor, he's maxed. He is maxed out on Hive Tech. I believe Adrenal still has to be researched. But outside of that, Raynor, he's running away with this. Ooh, big mine shot on the Lings. Big mine shot, but killing Lings is not good enough. Clem doing everything he can to try to pull Raynor apart. But again, so far, it hasn't been working. Now, because of that big mine shots, Raynor still has to max out, and he's still waiting for the Vipers. The Vipers are gathering up NG as we speak. 2-2 is done. 3-3 should be starting up soon for the Zerg. It's just now starting for the Terran. Clem's still committed to his split pushes. There's still potential here. He needs to break the space. We'll see if he can. Bailing's rolling in. Widow Mine shot's going to be going off. Baited out here by only a handful of units. Raynor, he's holding for now. On the right-hand side, chasing this off of creep. Not a good trade here for Raynor. But he will collapse on this army. Big abductions here on the Medevacs. The Bailings do overextend a little bit. Not the best trades for Raynor, but he got the Medevacs, and that's what's important. Good split here. Good spread against the Lingbane. Clem can keep pushing, but he lost almost every Medevac. The others, they have to reinforce. Liberators have arrived, but again, we have Hydras for that. We do need a little bit more time, though. Where are the Bailings? Bailings is just now finished up. Mine shot's going to be going off. Clem, he's breaking through on the right-hand side, finally getting on top of a base. He's been trying so hard for so long, and it looks like he finally gets one. A base goes down. But on the left-hand side, we lose both Liberators. It took so long. It took 12 minutes here for Clem to do something about the economy, and he killed a hatchery, yes, but he didn't kill any workers. The boys, the drones, they survived, and they just main out over towards the center base instead. Raynor still has a solid economy. He is still maxed out. Killing a hatchery like this is not enough. We could maybe force a second cancel or a second kill. So do see Clem trying to push through. One ghost goes down. Mind Shot gets baited out. And here comes Raynor. He has Max. He's going straight for the planetary, and there is no escape. The SCVs go down. The planetary as well. And Raynor, he can keep on pushing. Mind Shot's going to be going off. Big power bomb here on the Metamax. Good split out of Clem. But Clem, he gets knocked down to 4 bases. Decent mine harass. We get 2 drones. Oh, he wants another. Ooh. Doesn't quite get it off. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, we're just going to be harassing, threatening that other hatchery. Clem doing everything he can to force Raynor to turn back around. 3-3 just now started. These are late upgrades. Oh my! These are late upgrades from Raynor. The Bailings did not go off. He wasn't looking, Pop. He wasn't looking. Raynor actually supply blocked, by the way. Uh-oh. Raynor, he is supply blocked. 7 overlords on the way. Good power bombs. Widow mines are cleaned up. But we need more Ling Bane. At the same time, the drop into the natural base is getting a bit of damage done. But the queens force it back. Oh my god, even forcing friendly fire! Not like this. The trader mines, they go up on the Marines. At the same time, a drop here towards the right-hand side is gaining a bit of ground. Did kill a queen. May even get a second. There we go. 2 queens. And some good target fire and getting another 2 drones, but it will be cleaned up. And now Raynor, he can focus on the main push. He can focus on the main army. Clem re-establishing the center base. He gets back up and running, which means he can max out. Clem, he has recovered economically. Well, it's going to be a mine drop on the right-hand side. Very little creep here because all the queens have been dying. The creep has not been respreading. Mine shot's going to be going off. Good mine shots. Oh, the borrowed Banes. At the same time, a Bailing run by here on the right-hand side will connect with depots more than anything. Likewise, Widow Mine drop is not seen. 11 drones go down. Big damage here from the Widow Mines. Ooh, another mine shot as well. Clem, he's not taking this line down, and Clem is maxing out. We spoke about this earlier, but Clem, once he gets his 5th base up, now he can keep up with Raynor. He can max out. And he has a more efficient army. He can trade more efficiently. There's no infestors. There are some Vipers out, I believe. Yeah, they're still up and running. I hope, anyway. Raynor going to be engaging. Mine shot's going to be going off. Oof. But there's just not enough on the ground. Clem is being chased back. Widow mine shots are just not good enough. The ghost falls. Raynor, of course, has to be careful not to overextend. Does pull back. Liberator harass continuing. Sieging up on some of these fringe bases. A really nice denial of mining. But Raynor, he may have just had enough. Can he break this 5th base for a second time? He needs to. Decent Blinding Cloud Bailings, they are rolling in. And it looks like, can we take down the base? We cannot. The base will survive. Clem taking a better fight here. But there are too many Hydras. That was an expensive trade, though, for Raynor. He did not kill the base. He only killed 5 workers, and he even lost some Hydras. Expensive losses there. And Raynor, can he get a 6th? If he can get the 6th base up and running, then I kind of want to give him the edge. Oh, as a full medevac goes down. Full medevac does go down. And we have that other base soon to be up and running for Clem. Clem has been treading water for quite some time. He has been treading water, but are we going to start swimming? Are we going to start to gain some momentum here? Can we pull it off? Liberation zones are being thrown down. Creep is receding. Getting on top of some of these final active tumors. Mind Jump coming in. Looks like we do keep up. Up! It's an okay Mind Shot, but we deal with it for the most part. Clem pushing through the center, getting into the mineral line. Drones are going down. Well, we do have an Infestor. This is what we've been waiting for. I've been waiting for the Fungals, waiting for the Infestors. There is one burrowed behind the army. Looking for a Fungal. Looking to catch these ghosts. Oh, there it is! Oh, big Fungal here. Is it going to be enough, though? As the Fungal is about to run out. And we do save the ghosts. Do save them in the end. Again, Clem has a comparable army to Raynor, if not a better army than Raynor. With Ghost Lib. Mind Shot going to be going off. We do catch a ghost. Liberators have arrived. Mind Shot's, oh my god, massive connection! Raynor stacking his army. The Vipers, big overextension as well. Raynor slipping up. 3 Vipers go down. 15 drones as well in the blink of an eye. Clem. So much going well for him here. This is the beginning of a comeback. Things are going. He still needs a little bit more, though. As he has a comparable army, has a comparable economy. Again, the 6 CC was huge. That he is able to get it up and running. There's no creep here whatsoever, by the way. All it takes is one mistake, one misstep. Losing your Vipers, and it's going to take quite some time for them to be rebuilt. Snipe's going to be going up. Raynor trying to catch this army. Ooh, big mine connections. We're pulling back to the planetary. Oh, but there's nowhere to go. Nowhere to run. The Banelings are rolling on in there. Will take down the base. Not just the base, maybe the army itself as well. Yeah, big Baneling connections. We collapse on the planetary. It's going to go down. But here come the snipes. Can Clem hold? He's forced up against the wall. He has to evacuate. He has to retreat. He saves 3 ghosts. He has lost his base, lost his economy. 27 SCVs go down. Again, both players are hurting. Clem mustering up his reinforcements. He's pushing. Now, the biggest thing here, he lost a lot of ghosts. His ghost count was almost completely reset. I think we have like 2 ghosts left. Barely any. We are pushing forward. Decent mine connections. Liberation zones have been thrown down. More ghosts are on the way. Do you have that 3rd ghost? Vipers have been rebuilt. Oh, but this is still so close here as the Lings, they collapse on the army. Lings are being cleaned up. Big EMP. EMP on the Vipers. Snipe's going to be going off as well. And this is so close here. Clemmy's so close to breaking Raynor here and now. The Hydras, they're holding. Barely holding on. Yeah, Raynor barely has an economy. 0 mining here towards the top right. 0 mining towards the bottom left. The liberation, the freedom is here. And there is no economy for Raynor. He may be up in drones, but he can't use them. At the same time, though, going for a counterattack, and he will get on top of this base. This is the main, by the way. The main has been floated over. We can't afford to lose it. And the base is going to fall. The Lings, they get into the mineral line. They get on top of the orbital. Workers are falling for both players. Big pig off there from Raynor. At the same time, again, no mining going on. Mine shot's going to be going off. Oh my god, the mine's reset. Good connections there from Clem. 19 drones went down as opposed to the 21 of Clem. I believe there's still a... I think the Liberator top right was dealt with, and bottom left does maneuver over to find even more damage. More drones are falling. Raynor getting picked apart. Widowmine drop here on the right-hand side as well. Clem just crippling the economy here of Raynor. Yeah, 0 mining. Oh, the medevac. Medevac did go down. The Widowmine's waddling in. The Widowmine is waddling into the mineral line. We yoink. Uh-oh. Oh. We're trying to delay that shot as best we can, and it looks like the Widowmine will not go off. Whew. Meanwhile, bottom left is being shut down, which means that Clem can expand there. And again, no mining here in the center. Denying mining. It's been all about the freedom here tonight for Clem. And this is a fresh mining base, by the way. Raynor, he barely touched this bottom left-hand hatchery. Was barely touched. Clem, he's going to get it up and running. The Liberator's still not dealt with. Raynor, he has top right back under his control. The center base as well. Going for a Ling run by, but he runs into the army. We shave off a lot of Lings. A lot of Lings will go down. Raynor coming back in, this time with Infestors. Fungals are going to be the MVPs here. They have so much potential to lock down the army. Oh. We can land one good Fungal. Infestors from behind. Snipe's going to be going off. Where's the Fungal? Big connection! Massive connection here on the army, but one Fungal is not good enough. Clem does slip away. Oof. Some medevacs did go down. Oh, big scans here. We catch an Infestor. We get two. Two Infestors go down. Big abductions. We trade Infestors for Ghosts. Hydras, they're pushing in. Mass Hydra here from Raynor. At the same time, we did have Widowmites popping off towards the top right. 5 drones went down. Raynor down to 40 workers. No gas. 0 gas income, by the way, for Raynor. Uh-oh. 0 gas. No more Hydras. No more Banelings. Here we go. Raynor, he does push himself into this base. Into bottom left. Lings are running out, though. And we're breaking through. Clem, he's done it. He has broken the army here of Raynor. You can see him shake his head. There is nothing left. 0 gas left here for Raynor. He cannot make Hydras. No spellcasters, no nothing. It's going to be Ling versus Marine. And we know how that goes. Ay, ay, ay. Clem, he was in a really rough place this game when he was stuck. Remember, when he was struggling to take the 5th, when he was struggling to establish his 5th base, Raynor was in control. And remember, everything just turned on its head when Raynor lost his Vipers, when he lost his mineral line. It only took like a couple of big moments consecutively here for Clem to swing things back in his favor. And then of course, things got very scrappy. Things got very scrappy. Mind Drop comes in. Oh, God! More drones go down. 11 workers. Raynor barely has an economy. Again, he can only make Lings. And hey, with those Lings, we do go for a run by. Big counterattack here across the map. Raynor, he now has a gas income once again. He's making Banelings. Just Ling Bane here from Raynor. Can he make this work? I'm not seeing it working here. As yeah, we focus on every Baneling. GG gets called, and Clem fights back, taking game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Clem does end up taking game number 1 here. And Raynor, he was in a good position. Raynor was in control for most of this game. Again, until that moment where he overextended. He had a bit of a misrally or miscontrol with his Vipers, where the Mind Drops and the Liberators were able to pop off. And very quickly, things got very chaotic, is maybe a better way to put it. And in that chaos, Clem did thrive. Both players were hurting in the economy, but Clem was doing so much better when it came to harassing those mineral lines and denying so much mining. And Raynor ran out of steam. He ran out of steam towards the end there. He had a lot of bases. He had a lot of hatcheries. Barely any drones. Barely any workers. He could not sustain himself. And with that, Clem takes his first big step here to win it all for Team Liquid. To win it all. Meanwhile, remember, this is a best of 2. It's a best of 2. Raynor has a chance to fight back. Now, if Clem wins 2-0, if he wins his next game, then Team Liquid win. Team Liquid will advance on to the grand finals. Raynor needs to take this game here and now to force that Super Ace match, to force the second revive. Oh boy, the pressure is on. The pressure is on here for Raynor, and hopefully he can shake it off. Again, Raynor, he can be a bit of an emotional player at times. So we do need a moment to just take a breath, just calm things down. I know things can be frustrating, especially if you're ahead and perceived to be ahead in the series and ahead in the game, and for things to slip away and slip through your fingers can affect a player. So Even if our players ask for a break, we're more than happy to just wait a little bit here to allow them that break. I see smiles from Team Liquid. Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good, Papi. Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. As yeah, looks like we're gonna need a moment here to really settle into this. Just catching up in the chat. Right now, talking about how Hydras are the worst unit of the game. Hydras are very much so a supportive unit. I think it's important to bear that in mind. Hydras are very much so a supportive unit, and without Ling Bane, Hydras they melt, as we saw. Hydras they don't do too well by themselves. They need that Ling Bane, and yeah, we saw Clem just trading so well against him, trading so efficiently. Was amazing to see. Clem, you can never count him out. Never, Papi, never. Let's start the game. Here we go. For now, it looks like we're gonna take a moment here. Yeah, Rainer, he's just coming back. It almost looks, it almost looks like the webcams of Rainer and Trigger were connected there. Like they're sharing the same curtain. Oh my god, it's beautiful. But it looks like we just need a moment here to stretch, to take a breath. Remember, it's going to be Rainer's map of choice. And I'm feeling Equilibrium once again. We'll see. We shall see. What map do we go into? Old Clem. XY looking like he's changed his ID here. No longer XY. Now he's old Clem. Oh my god. Not like this, XY. Not like this. Stay with us, Papi. Stay with us. You're not that old. It's fine. It's fine. Is XY older than Demaga? Is he older than Kaz? I'm curious. XY, Liquipedia. How old is XY and how old is Kaz? Let's have a look. Let us have a look. Okay, XY is 36. Kaz, how old are we? How old is Kaz? How old is XY? And here we go. We have our second map. Yep, Equilibrium. Equilibrium makes plenty of sense. It is the map that Rainer was able to take Clem down on before. It is the Zerg map pick. Kaz is 35. XY has 1 year on Kaz. What about Demaga? What about Papa Demaga? 37. There you go. I was like, there's got to be an older player than XY out there, right? Demaga, Papi Demaga. He's got 1 year on XY. But technically, a couple of months on XY. Almost a year. Almost a year. XY's wisdom is boundless. Exactly. The wisest of pro gamers. True, true. Here we go. Here we go. It all comes down to Equilibrium here. Again, Rainer's map of choice. He was able to beat Clem on this map earlier, if you remember. He was able to make use of his mutas. And here we go in the top left-hand corner. We have our Italian Zerg player. For Team Basilisk, it is Rainer. And in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the French Terran player. For Team Liquid, Clem. Here we go. Yeah, the last time these two faced off a couple of hours ago on this map, Rainer went at Ling Bane into Mass Muta, and he was able to gain a lot of momentum, gain map control, and snowball out of control with his mutas. Was able to just get into an apocalypse of mutas, if you will, and Clem was stuck chasing him over and over again, stuck behind, like always one step behind those mutas. They just wreaked havoc in the bases, and behind it, Rainer was able to take into Hive, take into Ultras, and snowball out of control. Now, we'll see if Clem can avoid that scenario. We saw him make use of a proxy against Serral. If you remember, Serral also picked Equilibrium as his map of choice, and Clem went for a proxy 2 racks into a 1-base all-in and killed Serral before he could really get things going on Equilibrium. The reason for that is because this map is considered Zerg favored in ZVT just because of how long the rush distance is, how large it is, how many bases there are. The goal base could also be taken very quickly by the Zerg without it being really contested against. The Zerg player can have a lot more freedom on this map and can also assert themselves a lot more as well. Again, typically the Terran wants to be aggressive. The Terran wants to be in your face in all these bases, dropping, harassing, pushing, and it can be harder to pull that off on this map. Easier on hard lead, fun fact. So we'll see if Clem can overcome this. We'll see if he can take it to Raynor. Remember, if Clem pulls off the 2-0, then Team Liquid will be coming out victorious here. It will take the series. It will bring down Basilisk. It's all on Clem. Otherwise, technically, he can afford a loss here, but if Clem loses, if Raynor wins, then it comes down to a revive, and it will most likely come down to Serral versus Cure in a best of one. And that sounds terrifying. Catching up in the chat. Wait, it's still only the first series of the day? Rookie numbers. We had 7-hour broadcast yesterday. We had what do you mean? We had a 9-hour broadcast yesterday. Aye. We don't stop, Pappy. We don't stop. Oh, the StarCraft. Hold on, I'm double checking. We've had a very intense weekend. A very intense weekend of StarCraft. Yes, so yesterday, yesterday we had a 9-hour cast, and the day before that it was a 7.5-hour cast. There you go. Just double checking. Today, how many hours? How long do we go, Papi? How long? It's only been 4 so far. We could go 8. Could go 9 again. We could go all the way to 10. I'm here for it. And here we go. Reaper going to be dipping into the main. Again, it was a standard opener. It was a Rax expand. Oh, interesting. Okay. Clem, my apologies. Clem is going for a 1-1-1. A very aggressive opener. Very aggressive here by Clem. Going to be going for initially Cyclone. It's going to be double Cyclone into Hellion. We spoke about this earlier. We saw this on Side Delta. This is just a way to gain map control. That is true. But we're doubling down here, going for that Lib, going for a faster stim. Again, very aggressive here out of Clem. And based on the map itself, I'm pretty sure Clem wants to gain an advantage early on. Wants to avoid a more back and forth late game or back and forth mid game. So here we go. Clem now throws down the 3rd CC, but that is a very late 3rd CC from Clem. And he has to make it worth it. He does pick off a queen. Good pick off. 1 queen goes down. Lings, they come in for a counterattack, and there's only 1 Hellion to defend. We're going for the surround. Boys are being pulled. SCVs are going down, but only... actually, not a single worker. Oh my god. We do defend. Liberated to the main base. 3 drones go down. Clem, he defends, and he attacks. He's all over this. Liberator does siege up in time. Does zone away Raynor. No mining in the main, and we rotate over towards that 3rd in between the bases. And this is what Clem needed to do. Again, because of his delayed 3rd base, he had to do economic damage. And again, we have delayed mining for so long here in the main. Liberator repositioning. He wants the queen. Up. Oh, not going to get it. Gets 1 more drone and gets shut down. Behind this, we're getting into bioplay. Look at the trades. We traded 1 Liberator for, what was that? Queens, a couple of drones. Overlord, Lings. The efficiency here from Clem is insane. And again, behind this, getting into bio. Getting into a 3-rack setup, 3-1-1. We have stim, combat shields all on the way. And Clem will soon be taking his 3rd. Meanwhile, Raynor opted not to take the gold. Interesting. He has taken this triangular, safer 3rd base instead, not risking it at the gold. Not yet. Meanwhile, bearing in mind, Clem has retained all of his units. Very important here. The Hellion Cyclone army has survived the early game, and now we can reinforce with more Hellions, more Cyclones, the Marine push as well with Stim. Clem still has a pretty terrifying force. Yes, be careful not to overextend. 1 Hellion goes down. Get a couple of lock-ons, but we cannot push on to creep. The queens, they are just too much. Good transfuse. Raynor, he is holding on. The Lings getting ready for a surround. They're getting ready to collapse on these Cyclones. Clem does overextend. These Cyclones, they're going to be falling. At least one of them. Oh my god. Only one, though. Clem will pull back. Good trade overall here from the Terran. And again, behind this, he's building up his Marine count. Widow Mines. 1-1 is on the way. Armory for 2-2. Meanwhile, Raynor is now taking his fourth. The fourth as the gold. And we do need this gold base to recover. To recover from our losses. Once again, Lingbane, Muta from Raynor. There's a Spire on the way, just like last time. Now, there's a big difference this time. If you remember, Clem initially was going Bio Tank against Raynor the first time they faced off on this map. This time straight into Widow Mines already. Widow Mines are leapfrogging forward that the Hellions, they morph into Hellbats. Good target firing out of Raynor, but he will lose the Queen. And Banelings, they're waddling on board as well. Not the best connections on Hellbats. The Banelings, they get cleaned up when we drop into the main. Good trade so far by Clem. Yeah, he shuts down all the Lingbane, and Raynor, he knows he cannot protect his main base. So force a cancel on the hatchery. We do force back the drop. Get really good trades here from Clem overall. But he has to be careful to overextend. We'll lose a Marine. And the drop play continues. And Raynor, because of these rough trades, like, he's having a hard time keeping up. He lost so much Lingbane already. He gets into the mineral line. One of my shots are going to be going off. Decent connections. Yeah, and Raynor, he's being pulled apart. This is becoming too much. It's just too much here as Clemmy comes in from the left, from the right, shuts down 6 of these workers. And he's still not done. And remember, we still have the main army pushing right through the center. Now, Raynor, he's trying to get into Mutas, but Mutas, they will not help defensively. And Mutas this early on, there are 7 of them on the way, and I don't know if they're going to really help too much here in the defense. It's a big investment. Baneling's good target firing. There's one Baneling left. We do force a big up. Ooh, big mine shots. Big mine shot on those Lings. The Marines, they do drop into the main base. They shut down the Spore. The Mutas will collapse on this, but we're running out of Lings. We're focusing on the Mutas. 2 Mutas go down. Brutal trades here for Raynor. 200 gas down the drain. And Clem, yeah, he's snowballing out of control. You can see the momentum just swinging deep here. Heavily here in favor of Clem. Widow Mines are burrowing. Raynor, he's treading water right now. He's trying to survive, trying to hold on. He's down in workers, down in economy. Down in army as well. These trades have not been good enough. Brutal mine shots earlier. Brutal trades. Oof. Yeah, these are Widow Mines that we can't afford to take. Not like this. Take down another Widow Mine. The stutter stepping here, the kiting from Clem is becoming too much. There's only a handful of Banelings remaining. You can see Raynor is trying to squeeze out more Mutas. That's not what we need. Widow Mines. Big mine shots once again on the Lings. And that means we can stand and fight. We can fight back. The Mutas, they're barely breaking through. They get on top of the Medivacs. But we have so many Widow Mines. Oh my god, how many? It's like 10 Widow Mines on the field. The mines, they don't stop coming. They shoot up and they shoot down. They're cracked, Papi. And here we go. The parade push, not stopping for Clem. Now, there is a lot of creep to work through. Raynor, he can buy some time. Banelings are on the way. 6 more Banelings in production. Decent Baneling connections here on the Widow Mines, but we're running out of Lingbane. The Mutas, they're so exposed. The Mutas on their own, they need support. And they just don't have it. They have no support. Every single Muta is going to be going down, and Clem has done it! Hands off the keyboard. He knows he has. GG gets called, and Clem pulls off the reverse sweep. He all kills Team Basilisk. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Cyril, Raynor, and Trigger plus a revive was not enough to bring down Clem. Clem brings them all to their knees. GG. He's our ESL Masters Winter Champion for a reason. And Clem has done it. He wins it all for his team for Team Liquid. Literally every single point was gotten by Clem. He carrying the team on his back here tonight. Single-handedly takes down Team Basilisk. GG. There will not be a Super Ace match. Team Basilisk, they will bow out in 3rd place. They will not make it to the finals. And Team Liquid, they advance on to the grand finals. Oh my god, we are soon going to have a winner's interview. I don't know if we're interviewing Clem. We might interview Mana. Mana is the team captain for Team Liquid, so an interview is going to be coming here. The production is going to be getting ready for that, so stay tuned to hear potentially from Clem or from Mana. We'll see. As he is going to be popping off. And up next, after the interview, after the break, we're going to have Team Liquid versus Onside Gaming. Onside Gaming, they were the #1 seed from the round robin group stage. Maru, Solar, and Ryung. They are the reigning WTL champions from the summer season, and they are also 1st place in the round robin stage as well. Onside, they are a terrifying team. They are looking for the back-to-back wins. Do they have what it takes to bring down Team Liquid? We can talk about that when we do get there. we can talk about that. We can talk about that. Oh my god, but GG, well played. Clem, popping off. From the 1st round to the grand finals, yeah, a really, really solid run here from Team Liquid. Really solid run. One day, Clem will have a god run like Migs. Oh my god. Let's go. Light is like the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going and going all night long, Bobby. All night long. 10 hours today. Maybe 10 hours. We'll see. Oh my god. But we are just going to be getting ready for this. Again, we're going to be setting up for that interview. Again, not too sure who, but we typically do interview one of our players here. Someone from Team Liquid before we set up for those grand finals. And we still have yet to determine the starting players as well. This is the power of doing well in the round robin stage. Onside, they've been patiently waiting the entire time. We've been casting for 4 hours, and Onside, they're chilling. They're big chilling, just waiting for who comes out next, who comes at them. Of course, just resting on their throne, looking to see who tries to fight for control of that crown. Onside, Maru, Solar, and Ryung. They're no slouches. Again, they are terrifying players in their own right. And we'll see if Team Liquid can go for that kind of Cinderella story. You know, the dream run from the very beginning. Like Team Liquid, they had a really hard season. They had a really rough season of WTL. They barely made it into the playoffs. And they've been popping off. A big reason of that, of course, is Cure, but also Clem. Clem has been doing very well here this weekend. Is doing very well for his team. Definitely in form. Arguably the best Terran player in the world right now. Arguably. And we can soon get into that. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, again, there's going to be an interview, then there's going to be a break, and then there's going to be the grand finals. See you soon.
好的，非常感谢 C 的老师和 Oldcam 给我们带来的精彩解说。那我们赶紧跟刚刚获胜的队伍，然后我们的 MVP 选手 Cam 连线一下吧。 哇，我们要把掌声送给 Clam， 今天的表现真的是太出色了，在队伍命悬一线的时候上场力挽狂澜。其实当时你上来的时候压力应该是非常的大，因为只要输了一把，你们队伍就没有了。当时是如何顶住压力，发挥得如此出色的呢
？As last player and the last hope of Team Liquid, how did you manage the pressure and finally made that reverse AK?
Well, I didn't feel like I had that much pressure because I was already doing pretty well in the playoffs, and Team Liquid was doing very good as well. It was already the highest we've ever went in WTL, so I was already pretty happy with our result no matter what. So I was just like, all right, I'll try to just play and see what I can do, and I knew it was going to be very hard because I pretty much needed to not drop a single map against Rainer, Sarah, and Trigger, and that was going to be very difficult. But yeah, I just was like, I'll just do my best and see how it goes.
OK， 其实我并没有感觉到特别大的压力，因为我觉得我们整个队伍打到现在也已经很好了，成绩也比较喜人，我只是要打好我自己的操作就可以。最重要的就是，虽然对雷诺的时候我会觉得有一些很困难，有点压力，但是我并没有放弃，就只要打好我自己，我觉得就可以了。
确实，其实我们在看到你对阵雷诺的时候，有几波都是开局或者中期你并不占优势，但是你慢慢打回来的。其实第二个问题就想问一下，你在对阵到雷诺的时候，他中间有2张地图都是对你使用了大量的这个爆飞龙，你觉得当时他对你的这个战术飞龙战术有针对到你吗
？When facing Rainer, he chose massive Mutalist force. How do you deal with his this surprise?
I think he went Mutalist mostly because of the map, and because of the rich vesting gas at the fourth base. So Mutas are very good at this map, and you can also attack the main base very easily with Mutas, and you can run around very well. So I think it's just a very good Muta map. The first game I got a little bit surprised when I saw the Mutas. The second game though I was pretty ready for them, and I already was going like Widow Mines, skipping tanks, and just getting ready for Mutas or like muscling gameplay.
作为他这个飞龙战术呢，我觉得可能也是基于地图。从地图上来讲，他起飞龙是很有效的，也是很正确的决策，而且利于跟我打迂回，他打得非常的不错。第一次确实是让我有一点点意外，但是其实第二次再使出爆飞龙战术的时候就不是那么稀奇了。我的针对其实也做得很好，比如说我的这个雷也埋得非常的不错。
确实，其实当时的这个飞龙也是跟当时的一个地图大小有很大的关系。那因为接下来你还要准备一个总决赛，后面还有一场硬仗要打，那我们也是给 Clam 选手多一点休息的时间。我们的采访到这边告一段落了，好好休息，希望你在总决赛发挥出色。
So that's all for our interview. Take a good rest and prepare for your next game. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
好的，那么我们的总决赛马上也要大战一触即发了，让我们稍事休息一下，一会儿有更精彩的比赛带给大家。
Looking for a sign, starting dry. 我本以为波尔卡卡卡木把俱乐部会员抹消的差不多了，没抱多少希望。瞧瞧是谁来了。思思，推塔女士，开启参断。一级保密区域已授权给阮梅女士。空间站的秘密远比你想的更多。在弄明白发生了什么前，要先把表情藏起来，否则就会满身破绽。
天才的一步棋，你该如何破解？怎么了？一副苦恼的样子。既然如此，你自己想办法吧。
行间诸神离世易俗，唯有复创的恩主，得领诸天于毁灭的火果，无论逃往何处，泯灭终将到访。
哼，进谏之头，花里胡哨的东西。
大家好，我是星际争霸2世界冠军李培南。作为职业选手，每天大部分时间都是在电脑前度过。每次训练结束都会有不同程度的腰酸背痛，所以我们对电竞椅的要求都非常严格，能保护腰部并且坐感舒适，成为我们挑电竞椅的重要指标。我们一直在用的奥风电竞椅就完美做到这一点。升级的锥背小弹腰有足够的支撑力，并且上下前后都能调节，坐着很舒服，非常适合大家玩游戏的时候使用。不论用什么姿势，正坐、靠着、躺着。腰托都可以支撑我的腰部，非常舒服。再来坐感，这款还配置了空调坐垫，夏天凉爽，冬天温暖，真的是跟空调一样精准控温。训练久了总觉得闷热，坐垫有3档风度调节，游戏再也不闷屁股了。现在天气转凉了，坐垫同样配置了3档加热功能，让身体一直保持温暖，游戏手感一直火热。训练之余刷刷手机休息一下，玩玩手游，6D 机械手臂可以自调节高度，手臂不会感觉累。同时扶手面很大，即使有大动作也不会落空。相信我，跟我一起选择奥风机械大师电竞椅，你也可以逆袭成为冠军。
打开微信，搜索公众号“星际老男孩 SC Boy”， 这里有每日的直播预告、重要的赛事报道、精彩的视频剪辑、有趣的主播八卦、定期的抽奖福利以及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SC Boy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐。不要告诉别人哟。